Now, as for how we proceed from here. Villages were evacuated earlier. I've arrived safely at the Crystarium. They seem to be accepting the situation for the moment. Most are too distracted by the sky to worry about wounds or lost homes. They whisper and wonder if the Warrior of Darkness has come. 'Tis to be expected. Lore, I need a favor from you. Would you be so kind as to conceal your involvement in this endeavor, for the time being? Seeing the light recede is a momentous occasion, and many will be swept up in the maelstrom of excitement and confusion. Should you come forth as the legendary Warrior of Darkness, I fear that, no matter how good your intentions, such appearance would throw the city into disarray. I agree with the Exarch, but my concerns are more focused on Yulmore. It may be best to maintain a low profile till we see how Vothri responds to all this. Alright. My thanks that we cannot freely celebrate your success. Pray allow that your heart to be buoyed by the joy of our citizens, a joy you surely brought into being. And I ask the same of you, Captain. 'Tis my intention to share with our people the tale of a great warrior who stood in defiance of the Sin Eaters. The unnamed champion defeated the Light Warden, and has since departed for parts unknown. Yes? As you wish. Your penchant for mystery is nothing new, and I will encourage folk not to question this either. Though I expect the whole truth of it one day. About all of you. With that settled, I will return to the Crystarium and make my address to the people. The explanations and adjustments will consume much of my time, so pray take opportunity to rest and think. You'll not even need to shutter the windows to enjoy a dark night's sleep. Aha! You did, Omega Legion! I must stay behind and coordinate the evacuation of the remaining survivors. And I hesitate to ask after all you've done today, but could you pass on a message on your way to the Pendants? Let Bragi know we're bringing in a number of injured, and any restoratives in the market need to be reserved for the infirmary. We should start making our way back too. Slowly, mind you. Wouldn't do to arrive too soon after the Exarch. Yeah, I'm staying away behind. I need to check something in Holminster. Yeah. We already went through the village top to bottom. We should take the chance to rest, you included. I knew one of those eaters, and I can't just... I can't rest. Not now. So, please, I wish to be left alone for a while. That means you as well, Lore. I'll be cross if you try to follow me. Promise I'll find you later when I feel myself again. Alright, well, let's head back, I suppose. Good morning, Camper, Maverick, Colin Palisov, Alvatrix, Omega Legion, Cronin, Zaktaft, Fife, Hazardous, Lunae Ruth, Blade Turval, XDX, and Von Falkenstein. What is up? And congrats, you've got up to me again. It's twice. You keep catching up to me in Shadow. I think this is a trend, Lunae Ruth. But yes, let's go talk to Bragi, shall we? Ah, USN Corp. And I do hope the Legendary Edition treats you well, Zaktaft. I've actually heard not much about it, and indeed that is on purpose. That's slow enough. Let's teleport there instantly. Good morning, sign of the Emperor. It's actually not all that long to our next dungeon. Hi, Terra. But this is the one everyone says I should go ahead and show off trusts for, and I can see why. It's not a bad pick. Trusts. I spit upon them! Patooey, patooey. Patooey. Eric. Well, the Crystarium seems relatively ordered, wouldn't you say? The Exarch's speech must have been reassuring to hear. On the contrary, there's something jubilant in the air. I have a feeling this night won't be as peaceful as our hooded friend predicted. I think once I've taken a brief stroll around town, I'll retire to my chambers. Once you've discharged your duty, I suggest you do the same. Sleep well. Oh yeah, what's the weather right now? Bare skies. Wow. Why can't I mount? Why can't you mount in towns? Have they ever answered that question? Surely it can't be a tech issue by now. What can I do for you? Looking by a lantern like every other stumbling soul in the city? Actually, no. Ah, well. Rest assured, any potions I spot coming in will be set aside for the wounded. Oh, hang on. If you're carrying messages, does that mean you were there? Battle for Holminster? A stalwart lad like you might want to pay a visit to the Wandering Stairs and make himself known. I'm sure Glynard could produce some interesting opportunities. That's extraordinarily dumb. Elvitrix, but okay, whatever. I'm not going to argue it. I suppose maybe they can't actually fix it, so I suppose I shouldn't call it extraordinarily dumb, merely dumb. That's generic level dumb. But at least there's an answer to that one, unlike the soul-only thing, which no one's even asked about. I'm still pissed about that. But anyways. Sayala. More beer for table 2, and a couple of pints of mead for table 3. Hey, it's Sayala. Sorry, we're rushed off our feet this evening. Can I get you anything? Drinks around the house. No, thank you. Oh, that Bragi has a twisted sense of humor. Mwah, ha 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 ha. I think he'd send you to me at a time like this. First real night in near 100 years has folks all riled up and then some. What's more, there was that eater business at Holminster Switch. They say a light warden was destroyed without a damn trace, and it was the Warrior of Darkness who did the deed. Fascinating. I must apologize for Glitter. He's been almost as rowdy as our customers, and that's no small feat. A lot of our regulars are bounty hunters, you see. They mostly go after eaters, and the rumor of the warrior's appearance has sparked to their kindling. You know how the weak ones are drawn to the strong, right? They swarm like bees around a queen. You need to look no further than Holminster for proof of that, but the attacks on that scale don't happen every day. Praise the blessed shadow. No, the more common threats are the strays. No one knows why, but every now and again an eater will leave the pack to prowl alone. Those are the ones you run into the road if your luck is foul. They're a danger to everyone, so the settlement council puts bounties on their heads, and our bar is a convenient place for hunters to gather and share information. Seems a few of them were inspired by the warden slaying, and even more than most. There are these types who have set their sights on the cardinal virtues, which we won't be doing for a while. But we will be doing. The virtues showed up out of nowhere about 3 summers ago. And when the historians heard the descriptions of the survivors, they apparently shared an appearance with the villains who caused the flood. If that doesn't send a chill down your spine, they're also reported to be as tough as light wardens, something you can't take down single-handed. Our virtue hunters have all but given up, but knowing the Warrior of Darkness is out there has lit a fire in their bellies. Just look at them. So there's a Hume. He's in it for revenge. I forget if that's tank or deeps. I think that's deeps. Range deeps, I think? God, I don't remember all these exactly. The Mistel lad is Lurik. Don't be fooled by the dewy cheeks. He's as hard a hunter as they come. Lost a partner and is on the lookout for a new one. There's the mage one. Yep. Seeks an expert in magecraft. And that's the healer one. A Mender's Wisdom. I remember that one because it's the first one I did. Astrologian. I've seen my share of competent veterans, and you have that look about you. Maybe you should introduce yourself. Who knows? You might even collect the bounty on a cardinal virtue. Wouldn't that be the day? So those are role quests. Notice how they force the MSQ to go through the role quest introduction so that people who are new to this can see it, because after all, everyone was new to this. I'm not making any kind of fun. This makes perfect sense. It's the same thing I would have done. Hey, we got rid of class quests. Here's what replaced. Well, we didn't get rid of class quests. But, did your outfit change again? No, I'm just seeing it the wrong way. But we replaced class quests primarily with role quests. Here be role quests. Do these role quests. There's also a quest you get for doing all the role quests. And after you've finished the role quest for your role, there is a final level 80 class quest, which kind of is a capstone to the story arc of your class arc, which I've done several of, and by several I mean a couple, but not much more. So a lot of that's going to be new to me. Obviously, I've done all the role stuff before, and I've done the Void quest before, but I haven't done a lot of those post-class quests. Sorry, you asked a question, Disco. I answered it in my head. Go ahead and link it. By the way, not even WoW has accurately solved the mountain town problem. WoW just lets you mount and disallows you from being mounted near certain NPCs. That's their solution. A patch fix for a patch fix. I think FF14 would benefit from a different solution, but, you know, what the hell do I know?
So it's your lot's turn to be the Warriors of Darkness, is it? It's funny how things work out.
Been watching, have you?
Well, I did warn you. I followed you to Yulmore and then on to Armarang. And I was there when you slew the Light Warden. Those white-haired twins who were with you. I remember them from our battle in the Source. Are they your friends then? Through thick and thin? Aye. Then I suggest you keep them close. It's when you charge ahead trying to save someone else that you end up losing those you love. Not that you need telling, I'll bet you've lost plenty. But I wonder, what will it cost you this time? I don't remember when it was that I learned regret wasn't worth the bother. You get numb to it all over the years. The lost comrades, the broken promises, the abandoned principles. Just more nagging burdens to ignore.
Who's this character?
So this is what the light was hiding. He's here. I must go to him.
So who's ready for our first negative to story and I think also gameplay? I've been entirely too positive about this. Meanwhile, back at Garlemald in the Source.
Intruders! Fan out and find them!
Out of my way!
Stay your weapon. We are not your enemy. When the alarm sounded, I wondered what we had done to betray our presence. But I see now we are not the only intruders. Sir Estinian, I presume. The dragoon who plucked the Warrior of Light from the jaws of death? Your armor is most distinct.
Much as yours once was. But even without it, I see a former legator still has eyes and ears in unexpected places. Van Baelsar, in the flesh. Though I understand you prefer Shadow Hunter.
You are in contact with the Scions, I take it.
Through no choice of my own. They tracked me down and conscripted me to their cause.
Look, stuff needs doing, okay, Estinian? And you're one of the best stuff doers we got.
I swear the receptionist was trained as a spy. Not that anyone can escape that Baldessian woman once she has caught the scent of your ether.
If they have resorted to using freelancers, I must assume their attempts to wake the afflicted have failed. And what of their champion?
Away on other business. Thus, it has fallen to me to root out any trace of the Empire's new weapon.
If it is Black Rose you seek, you are too late. My people have already completed your mission here. Yet this is but one factory among many. When they caught wind of our efforts, they built additional facilities to ensure production continues unabated. There will be no one left in the lands they conquer. No citizens to conscript. No skills to exploit. Nothing the Empire needs. And they will call it victory.
A bit of characterization for everything we've been talking about with regards to Gaius this whole time. He's not a good person, let's be very clear about that, and he definitely has the Imperial mentality. But he looks at that kind of thing and he just calls it a slaughter.
What exactly does this Black Rose do?
Oh, that's right, we haven't revealed it yet, have we?
The gas is described as a poison, but its actual effect is more arcane in nature. It was created to disrupt the ether in living beings, to bring the flow of their life energies to a standstill.
So yeah, it's not really a chemical weapon. It's actually worse.
Inhaling even the tiniest amount will cause all bodily functions to cease, much as a potent venom will stop a man's heart. Released over a city, Black Rose could conceivably kill every inhabitant, and all without damaging a single structure.
Search every corner! Rouse the barracks if you have to! I want this facility secured!
Yeah,
I
that's
have more questions, but now is not the time.
yeah, that's why it's also a threat to us, and frankly, kind of everybody.
Sir Estinian, I have an offer for you, but I will make it only once. Since it would seem we seek the same answers, you are welcome to join us.
Ha! From what I hear, you need all the help you can get. In case you don't know, Varys himself confessed that your empire was a creation of the Ascians.
I am aware of what his Radiance said at the parley. Thus I would return to the capital, that I might behold the truth of this corruption with my own eyes. My path leads to Garlemald.
And ours too, right? 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 We're going to Garlemald finally, right? After like 8 years of real lifetime? I know people who wanted to go to Garlemald in 1.0, by the way. It's been a long time. And there's Lunaruth again. Hi, Lunaruth. Not that you're watching stream at this point. Begging your pardon, sir, do you perchance intend to head outside? If so, I would strongly advise don't stray too far from the Crystarium. Word has it that the worst character in the entire game has been dispatched to Lakeland. Oh, wow, that sounds pretty harsh. Let's go deal with that. Sorry, Linear. Still. Hugs. Well, distance hugs. There we go. Distance hugs. Solidarity hugs. There we go. That's what that is. Yeah, we're going to ground. Oh god, there's Maverick. No hugs for Maverick. Where am I going? Up here. Just to finish answering my earlier statement, one of the suggestions that's been leveled a few times for towns is, so mounts offer their own problems, but are obviously positive for several reasons. So what's the other alternative? You know, in order to avoid the mount problem? Well, make them rush. Yeah, I saw the link, Disco. Make it so that there's an ability which we get, which is only usable in towns. Which, yeah, it's effectively a permasprint, exactly, and it just lets us rush through town. WoW actually demoed this ability all the way back in Wrath, of all things, with the, Dominance of Acheris buff you got after doing some of the Death Knight starter chain. And then for some reason they just abandoned that and never implemented it again. So I don't know what the hell happened with that one. But yeah, no, it worked quite well, and it was very useful for being able to navigate while still being able to enjoy the sights, while not having the extra problems that mounts had. So there you go. There's your solution. I think that would work quite well for something like FF14. And would pretty much completely bypass any issues. And I know it's code capable because, hey look, there's sprint. So we know we can sprint. Nothing's preventing us from sprinting in town. So that would be a quick, easy, cheap solution. Without having to do all the extra work that getting mounts workable here would involve. Because that would be work. But anyways. No, it looks like you macro lean a lot, Disco, which doesn't surprise me.
You have come at a good time. As you may have heard, we have something of a quandary on our hands. Laxon Loft here in Lakeland. Yulmore has sent one of its airships.
I'll go blow it up then.
They have questions for us concerning the death of the Light Warden. Their emissary makes his way here even as we speak.
I suppose the sky does rather give the game away.
Indeed. 'Twas inevitable they would come knocking. The only question was how soon.
And yeah, making it a reward for the Aetherites is a perfect way to set that up.
My lord, I am come with the Yulmoran emissary. May I show him in?
A moment, Captain, if you would. Everyone, gather round. I do not wish to show our hand prematurely. Forgive me this liberty. Vanish.
I mean, yeah, no. Yulmore are an enemy in every way that matters at this point. Ideologically, militarily, economically, societally,
Enter.
industrially. Negative to story. Sorry.
Well, well. The commander of the Yulmoran army himself. To what do I owe the honor, General Ranjit?
The Light Warden is dead, Exarch. Were your people responsible?
You are clearly in some haste, my lord. But before I address your question, you must allow me one of my own. What is Yulmore's interest in this?
His benevolence, Lord Vorthry, is gravely concerned that the actions of an ignorant few may jeopardize relations between man and Sin Eater. Should it transpire that the Crystarium is guilty of abetting the villains responsible for this outrage, my lord has decreed that it suffer the same retribution.
I see. Since you have been so candid, I too shall speak my mind. Regardless of who is responsible, the Crystarium rejoices in the Light Warden's death and welcomes the return of the night sky. If Yulmore considers this tantamount to aiding those you term villains, then by all means, carry out your retribution. Know, however, that even should every innocent soul in the Crystarium perish, nothing can stop that which has been set in motion.
Folly. The death of one or 1,000,000.
Whoop, sorry.
The world is dead, and writhe as we might, like maggots in its rotting course, it will not be reborn. Only by my master's grace may we live out our days in peace.
I hope you noticed that line, because that line is, and I am not joking, the only characterization Ranjit gets. You think I'm mad about Xenos? At least Xenos had a character and an arc. Ranjit's entire character is right there, and that's it.
But I waste my breath. You have made your stance clear. I shall relay your words to Lord Vorthry.
But wait, it gets worse.
In the meantime, you would do well to counsel any here who have done more than merely rejoice in recent events, to throw themselves upon Yulmore's mercy. Promptly.
He's also an asshole. But wait!
One last matter. We are searching for a young artist and his assistant. Know you of whom I speak?
An artist and his assistant, no. I cannot say I do.
What a pity. Should they reveal themselves to you, I bid you hand them over at once. My master is most eager to see them again.
Yep, he can totally see through the invisibility because he's just... God, I hate this character so goddamn much. It's actually hard for me to be objective about this. So, rewind, rewind, rewind. Do you remember my discussion on the movie Star Trek Nemesis? I swear I'm going somewhere with this. And while you answer that question, thank you, Starscream, as always, very much. I will jot that down for Rebellion. Give me one moment. In Nemesis, there is a ship that I call the Mary Sue ship. Now, it is the Mary Sue ship in every way, but the one piece of info, if I ever have to prove why that ship is just stupid, is there's this one scene, this is not a spoiler, don't worry, there's this one scene where the villain that is on the Mary Sue ship is like, it contacts Captain Picard and says, hey, would you join me in your ready room? And then it cuts to the ready room where a perfect, life-size, absolutely flawless hologram is being beamed while cloaked in combat with shields up to the ready room just so he can show off. And that's the Mary Sue concept right there in a nutshell. It's not enough that you're super OP, because that can be explained away and can even be written properly. It's not enough that you don't earn any of it, which is generally bad and actually tends to lead into negative territory. But you have to have that extra little, screw you, I'm better than you. That's what really pushes things over into the Mary Sue territory for me. And this guy's a monk. So, he's just that much better that he can tell that we're here. Because that's it. That's it. That's the explanation. He's just that much better. He's so much better than us. You can just see us right there. Yep, we're cool. Uh-huh. Yep. And you notice how even in his first cutscene, he sucks.
Am I imagining things, or did he just stare straight at us?
And you gotta call attention to it, because of course you do, because he's just that good. You don't understand. Let me go ahead and give my opinion. This is speculation. I think what happened is they realized that they'd built us up to be this unholy badass, and had established that very few people could fight at our weight class. And then they put us on another planet where there was no one who could fight at our weight class. So they realized, oh no, we need to have a, let's call Ranjit what it is, a threat of the week. Now, if you've seen any of my Star Trek stuff, or any of my television stuff at all, you know how much I spit venom and bile at the very concept of the threat of the week. But in case you haven't, here's a quick refresher. The threat of the week is, here's something you've never heard of before, and will never hear of again, that's better than you, so you can feel threatened this week, and then you beat it, and now we're gone. That's Ranjit.
I fear he did. The General is not a man to be trifled with. He is a warrior of fearsome repute who has led Yulmor's army since before Vorthri's time, when the nation still spearheaded the fight against the Sin Eaters. One does not command the world's mightiest army, and for so long, without possessing exceptional instincts.
If Yulmor chose to send such an individual, we must assume this talk of retribution is more than an idle threat. While we are grateful for your support, my lord, we cannot in good conscience put your people in harm's way.
'Tis noble of you to say, Master Alphino, but my people have been in harm's way since long before you arrived. Yulmor has ever yearned to rule over what remains of the world. Even should we surrender the Warrior of Darkness to them, they would find some other pretext upon which to invade. The people of the Crystarium know this only too well, which is why, when the time comes, I am certain they will fight to the last man. If truth be told, I would not have been surprised had Ranjit declared war here and now.
I was kind of expecting that. I mean, he kind of did, just not
You
officially.
may have reason to delay. According to reports, the Yulmoran forces at Luxon Loft were observed taking a prisoner. A young woman believed to be none other than the Oracle of Light, Minfilia. It may be that General Ranjit wishes to convey her to Yulmor before commencing hostilities. Having mentored generations of Minfilias, it would not surprise me if he had made her capture his chief concern.
Yeah, I'm sorry, generation of Minfilias?
Ah, of course. How remiss of me. I had intended to speak to you of Minfilia. There is, however, much to say, and precious little time in which to say it.
I mean, you just heard it, Von Falkenstein. Generations of Minfilias.
I think it best that you seek out Moren at the Cabinet of Curiosity. He'll be able to enlighten you. Alphino, Alize, would you care to accompany your friend? You doubtless have insights of your own to offer on the matter.
All right. Though I'm still not sure I understand it all myself.
Well, yeah, you've only been here a year.
I will set about making provisions for war.
Look, I like Shadow a lot. I can tell because I've already dumped positives on its face, but... so Blade Travel says, how would you have built up Ranjit ahead of time to make it more viable? I wouldn't. The manager, the producer, the writer in me all says that Ranjit shouldn't have existed at all. He serves no viable or functional purpose within the story or in the gameplay. Eject him entirely, and the game is only better for his absence. And I would argue that. If you're Yoshi P saying, we gotta have the threat of the week! Yeah, because he had to, I'm telling you, he was a threat of the week, and threat of the weeks are almost always mandated, for those of you who have not studied that. It's almost always some exec saying, we gotta have some kind of risk, some kind of drama. Otherwise, who cares? Nobody will be invested if there's not a threat of the week. which is, of course, a lot of hooey, and more to the point, actually kind of insulting, if you think about it for a millisecond. Speaking of which, though, Umbral Magnus asks a very good question. You've never seen Star Trek before. Where do you start? Believe it or not, I have a prepared answer for that, because I get that question so often. Start with Star Trek The Next Generation Season 3. And watch a few episodes. Shouldn't take you long. But if you get a couple of, you know, I don't agree with that sound. If you get a couple of episodes in and you enjoy it, then I recommend you go ahead and pause, rewind, and just go watch Star Trek front to back. If you don't like TNG Season 3, you will not like Star Trek. Disco's question earlier, didn't forget it, I've been pondering for a bit, is if you could erase your memories of a game to replay it, which would you pick? I'm also going to open that question up to the floor, because it's a decent question. And I've thought about that question several times. I've been asked that question several times. And the older I get, the more I stand by the answer I'm about to give you. None. I don't want to experience a game for the first time again, if that makes any sense. I'd rather just experience the game with the full depth and breadth of what I know now about the game. There's something to be said for a classic run. Sorry, a premiere run. But a classic run is almost always going to be superior to a premiere run, if you follow me. Wait, what? Oh, whatever you think moron's going to tell you about Minfilia, it won't be what you're expecting. Oh, okay. If you're after books pertaining to the Warrior of Darkness, I'm afraid most are on loan at the moment. There's a bit of a surge in popularity. I will admit, though, I'm a little bit surprised. I've heard lots of people like Xenos, which I don't, of course, but I've never heard anyone defend Ranjit before. That's actually a new one to me. Where did my... There. Sorry. Ugh. Wish to learn about the Oracle of Light. Well, it'd be my pleasure to assist you. I need my pain, Caspian. Need my pain. Oh, there you go. People defend Ranjit. Wow. I mean, let me put it to you in blunt terms as I possibly can. I don't like Xenos, but I still gave him, I think, like 3 positives to story. I think it was 4, actually. I don't remember. Several. Ranjit will not be getting a single positive, almost guaranteed. However, I will obviously admit that the one of the problems on the gameplay axis is that Ranjit is Thancred's antagonist, not ours, and yet he keeps bumping into us. And, well, we'll talk about that not that long from now, actually. Anyways, after I've placed him a few outstanding tasks, maybe you could fetch me a book? It's intended for younger readers. It provides an excellent summary of the subject matter. The artwork is quite lovely besides. I would not hesitate to recommend it. Hold up! Who asked me about rewriting Ranjit? Because I literally just had an idea. I just had an idea for this. It was you, Blade Treval. Hear me out for a second. So let's keep Ranjit as Thancred's opponent, right? Someone who can, you know, be an opponent for Thancred. Someone who could fight at Thancred's level. Someone who could task him, because obviously that's where he would primarily fit as a story axis, right? And let's say the upcoming scene where we're about to fight him, spoilers, we body him. Like, it's like do the whole thing. I would do the whole thing. I'd build it up, do the big stance, everything's cool. He summons his dragon thing, and then he make him have like 50 HP or something. Just absolutely stomp him into the ground. And he's just like, oh, okay then. And then he pieces the hell out. You know, he recognizes that he is outclassed, and he decides to get the hell out of Dodge. Henceforth, rather than attempting to continue to follow us, which is what he actually does, Ranjit instead... Hi, Lunairith. Ranjit instead starts going towards wherever we're not, which is something someone suggested in chat before, as Ranjit chases after Thancred, who is where we are not. And that way we keep him as Thancred's opponent. We remove a lot of the stupidity of him being our opponent. And we remove a lot of the gameplay negatives that I'm about to give the game for those fights. There you go. Bam. Yeah, Ranjit might have worked back in ARR, maybe in Heavensward, but at this point, we beat Shinryu with Xenos by ourselves. Like, I hate to keep going back to that, but we kind of peaked, you know? Never mind what was going on with Omega. It's a good idea, Disco. I like it. I like it. Have them just be like, yeah, no. And by the way, I'm admittedly also borrowing that idea from the actual game, because if you pay attention, there's a bit of a narrative of the Garlean army deliberately going out of its way to not fight us, because they know what the Icon Slayer can do. Like, that's already started being a narrative thing, and will continue to be a narrative thing. Was Shinryu Xenos more powerful than Xenos 2? I'm not sure who you mean by Xenos 2 in this context. Who's Xenos 2? Anyways, enough about Ranjit. He sucks. Moving on. I'm not giving him a negative yet, because he actually hasn't earned one yet. But, you know. I actually don't know the fight you're referencing, Linnerth. Oh. You're talking about Elidibus. Yes, I would say absolutely that Shinryu Xenos was a harder fight than Elidibus in Xenos' skin. Exactly, Disco. It makes so much sense, and there's actually a spoiler related to this, which I'm keeping shut about, but it would make so much sense that Garlemald... I knew what you meant, Linnerth. That Garlemald would... want to develop Black Rose because of us. Like, specifically and precisely because they just don't have a counter for us. So they come up with this thing that freezes someone's ether, and hey. And that is the kind of thing that would absolutely affect us, since a lot of our power comes directly from our ability to manipulate and control our massive ether supply. And Alizé's just there, Scion. It began 100 years ago when the flood of light threatened to swallow Norvrand. Just as all seemed lost, a savior appeared who halted the all-consuming radiance. A maiden with a hair spun of gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. Naught was known of her save that her name was Minfilia, and for delivering the realm she became revered as the Oracle of Light. After stopping the flood, the mysterious maiden vanished without a trace, but 15 years later her name would unexpectedly reappear in the annals of history. Yes, I'm well aware of that, Harkonnen. It even succeeds, but spoilers. When Sin Eaters laid ruin to the kingdom of Vobert, a young girl was discovered who was immune to the creature's blighted touch. One with hair spun of gold and eyes of clearest sapphire. She was hailed as the Oracle Reborn and came to be likewise called Minfilia. Enlisted in the Yulmorian army, this Minfilia fought and vanquished countless Sin Eaters. Oh no, I agree. I'm pretty sure Ranjit is a minimum of 4 negatives total. We'll see as we go. Alas, like so many other soldiers, she eventually met her end in battle. Yet with her dying breath, she whispered to her grieving comrades, Minfilia will return. True to her words, some years later, another girl was discovered who possessed the self-same eyes, self-same hair, self-same powers. She took the name of Minfilia. She too fought Sin Eaters as a soldier of Yulmor, and she too fell in battle. Many more were to follow in her footsteps, and so the cycle continues to this day. And that concludes this tale. By their valor and sacrifice, these women have saved Norvrant on numerous occasions, and were it not for them, we might never have learned of the Light Wardens and their nature. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, still. Remember, I haven't even been past 5.3 myself. Some were formidable warriors, but the truth is rather less simple, that the Oracle is reborn with certain common traits. She does not inherit the memories or knowledge of her previous incarnations. All of the Minfilias thus far were discovered as ordinary girls, unversed in the way of wars and ignorant of the power they harbored. While some embraced their fate and devoted themselves to training, others did not, but all were made to face the Sin Eaters and all died to keep our hopes alive. What can you tell us of the current Minfilia? She was found by the Yulmorian army some 10 years ago and taken into their care, or rather custody. She was a prisoner in all but name. For by that time, under Lord Vothri's rule, Yulmor had already abandoned resistance in favor of decadence. Minfilia was an uncomfortable reminder of a war they no longer wished to fight, a potential threat to peace, but they kept her under lock and key. For a long while, we heard nothing more of her. We couldn't even be certain she was alive, save it was the Yulmorians' best interest for her to remain under their control. But then 3 years ago, a gallant soul, who will totally not be named, stole into the city and rescued her from their clutches, just like a hero from the tales. Indeed. Well, I believe we have a good grasp of Minfilia's tale. Thank you for your time, Orin. Might I trouble you for a word, Lore? Outside. As others have already surmised, the gallant soul who rescued Minfilia was none other than Thancred. They have since wandered the land together, never remaining in one place for long, which is why we have not yet had the chance to meet them. We know that Minfilia journeyed here as Heidelin's emissary to halt the Flood of Light. It could only be her the people of first witnessed 100 years ago. The original Oracle of Light. But while there's plainly some connections between the women we knew and her namesakes, the fact that these girls do not share her memories must surely mean they are not the same person. Thancred has to understand that. I have no doubt he understands, the question is how he feels. Regardless, the Thancred we know would not forsake his charge. If she's been captured, we may be certain he is not standing idle by. There you go again, talking in your roundabout way. If you think we should rescue Minfilia, just spit it out. It just so happens I agree with you. It's quite clear this Minfilia is possessed of Heidelin's blessing. Am I looking at the background there? And it wouldn't hurt to have a second such individual on our side, right, Laura? Thancred, 5 years. She was captured again like a day ago, the narrative. Like just before this incident. I have a report and a proposal. First, the report. Our scouts have confirmed the Yulmorian forces at Laxenloft do indeed have Minfilia in their custody. For the present, they are holding her there, but we may be certain they will move her to Yulmor ere long. Should that happen, we may be forced to give her up as lost. Or I could just attack Yulmor by myself. What? Brings me to my proposal. I ask that you entrust this undertaking to us, the people of the Crystarium. That's true, Lanirith. It's her primary character trait. Now, Princess Peach does more than Minfilia does. And that is an insult. I mean, you know, Omega Legion, I hate to bring out the strategy brain for just a second, but attacking Yulmor right now would be a really good time to chop off the head of Vothri and deal with all that nonsense, but whatever. I know, we can't be proactive. And yes, I do, Disco. That's the summary in it. I think they decided to change directions a bit.
Eager to attempt Minfilia's rescue, and with your combined strength, you may well succeed. But as I said earlier, I do not wish to show our hand unless absolutely necessary. Twas not merely the night sky that you restored to us, but hope. Hope for the future of Norvrend. Unlike you, we cannot contend with the Light Wardens, but so long as hope burns in our hearts, we will fight on regardless. This I will prove to you. My friends, I thank you for gathering at such short notice. There is something I would ask you all. As many of you are aware, I received an emissary from Yulmore a short while ago in the form of General Ranjit. To my dismay, the General condemned the slaying of the Light Warden, and warned me in no uncertain terms that, should the Crystarium cast its lot with the Warrior of Darkness, there would be war. Let none be mistaken. We would be hard-pressed indeed to resist the might of Yulmore. Some would even call it suicide. And yet my heart cries out to fight. Better that than relinquish the hope that swelled in my breast when I beheld the night sky for the first time in 100 years. Or so says my heart. My mind, meanwhile, reminds me that to follow my heart would be to risk everything we have accomplished thus far. Clearly, this is not a decision to be made lightly, nor less alone. And so I put the question to you all. What should we do?
My lord, you already know our minds. It brought tears to our eyes to witness the knight's return. The whole of Norvrant deserves the same, and not just because some children's story tells us so.
Yulmore's influence is far-reaching. Should war break out, trade would be subject to restrictions. The flow of goods will dry up, and we will struggle to make do with what little trickles through. But make do, we will.
Aye, we can weather such hardships. Is that not the very thing the Crystarium was built for? We have always taken pride in our ability to sustain ourselves. Not just to endure, but to thrive.
When all falls down around you, rise up. Those were your words. There may come a day when all hope seems lost. But even should the rest of the world give in to despair, we shall not. We shall fight on, that our children and our children's children might know a better tomorrow.
Rousing words apart, I never much cared for those Yulmoran bastards anyway. No better than common swindlers, most of them. Wouldn't know a fair deal if it came up and kissed them on the arse.
Trust you to spoil the moment.
It appears we have a consensus. Let it be known that the Yulmoran host at Laxon Loft has taken the Oracle of Light captive. They fear the power she holds over the Sin Eaters, and doubtless intend to imprison her once more. So, I move that we rescue the Oracle, grant her a place among us, and let that be our answer to Yulmore's ultimatum.
Hear, hear!
Hear, hear!
In planning a strategy for the rescue, I open the floor to you all.
And there you have it. If Yulmore wishes to denounce us as villains, then we shall embrace our villainy. Will you do so as well?
We will not be outdone. Consider us your partners in crime.
My lord, our proposal is as follows. We begin by deploying Amaro to occupy the skies over Lakeland. They should serve to delay the airship's departure. At the same time, we scatter dream powder from the air. Not all will succumb to its effects, but it should thin the enemy's numbers, affording us an opening to swoop in and liberate the Oracle.
Very good. See to your preparations.
And what exciting crimes would you have us commit? Speaking for my fellow villains, I'd say we're capable of most things, though we draw the line at indolence.
If excitement is your desire, then I bid you join the guard. Captain Lena will give you your orders.
Laziness, Linerith. So someone mentioned this earlier, and I have to completely agree. So let's zoom out the camera just a moment here. The whole idea is we could probably just walk up there, body Ranjit, and rescue the Oracle. But they don't want that. They want to do it themselves. And you know what? I'm actually with that. It's a good story arc. Remember, the point of the Superman story is not to just swoop in and save everything for everyone. It's to inspire others. That is the core narrative precept of the Superman concept. So I'm with that. But then we immediately join the fight to rescue her, which completely destroys all of that. Furthermore, and again, agreeing with what someone in chat said, this is a perfect time to go just hit Yulmore. Maybe not to, like, I don't mean, like, to destroy Yulmore. I mean, just like, okay, you guys go rescue the Oracle. We're going to go do a bit of a raid on the Yulmorian airship yards, for example, to just smash their ability to maintain their airship fleet, which, let's be honest, would drastically reduce their ability to operate. So, you rescue the Oracle, we remove their ability to function as well, win-win, and we properly utilize both sides of things, right? Cool. We don't do that. Instead, we go get a gameplay negative. You'll receive no special treatment from me. Right. More spirited than the Exarch's feeble attempts, anyway. You'll need uniforms. Okay. Also, as a personal note, and this is something I run into periodically, I can't take the Yulmurian army seriously. I can't. It's not possible. We've been fighting Garlemald. Remember all the times I keep talking up how terrifyingly deadly the Garlean legions, plural, are? We've already done the Gimlet Dark at this point. It's like, oh, now we have to fight Yulmore. Okay. Alright, hang on, let me get my leaf blower. And they're just like, oh! Tumbling over his head. And he's laughing. Your friends are being measured as we speak. Right this way, right this way. What quest are we on anyways? Jeez. I'll figure it out in a minute. Of course, they don't change outfits. Look at me, I look completely different. I'm joking. Obviously, they were just getting my measurements. But that'd be funny, too, if I just walk out the exact same outfit. Good uniform. Captain, I think we have anything that's already fit. Yeah, I am a bit of a giant. Sorry. So here's your mission. Alright, what are you going to use this for? As mentioned earlier, we will deploy Amarok to scatter dream powder from the air. Why am I a part of this mission? Once the powder takes... She's seen us take down a Light Warden. Alright, whatever. An elite unit will storm the fortress to rescue the Oracle. Her safe liberation is our sole objective. Engagement is to be avoided whenever possible. Okay, makes sense so far. I assume you're to be part of said unit. Correct. The unit will be divided into 2 contingents, one deployed from Fort Job and the other from the Ostel Imperative. You and Alphino will join the former. Laura will join the latter with me. Okay. Before you proceed to your positions, you're to approach Chesamil at Spigorex. You will issue a serum to ward off the effects of Dream Powder. Oh god, how's that going to work in New Game Plus? I guess we'll find out. It's quite far to the Imperative, so you may make use of an Amuro from the Rookery after you've collected the serum, of course. Hang on, Lunaruth, I'm not even there yet. You're ahead of me! You're going too fast! God! Now you're bouncing around. No wonder you're so fast. Jeez Louise. Alright, so where's Chesamil? Ah, I know where that is. Okay, so hang on. Come over here. Unfortunately, I have a lot of experience with this stupid town and its terrible layout. Alright, so we want to go to the Docile Gate. I'll wait for you. Okay. Over here. It's in here. It's one of these two. Go faster, God! Sorry. Yep, there she is. Yeah, no, this town is not very well laid out from a gameplay perspective. I've actually already given the negative to it. So, get the dose, which hopefully will actually be there for me. I should warn you, it's bitter as sin. Prince's Kiss, they call it. But if you ask me, it should be Crone's Kiss. Get it? Just decide this stuff is foul. Most people gag like there's no tomorrow, but if you won't drain every last drop, you're liable to take a lead drop to drain. So go ahead. Take the vial. Oh, thank God, it just gives it to me. Yeah, exactly, Maverick. I love the Crystarium in story. I hate the Crystarium in gameplay. That's just his name, Omega Legion. That's just his name. You know, before I read your comment, can I just mention something? I talked about this yesterday, how it's very rare that I just actually get negative and actually just let loose on a game. It happens, but it's pretty unusual. And it's a weirdly relieving to do so, because it's just relaxing, you know. Oh, thank God. There's no redeeming aspects to this character. Bam! I can just beat the snot out of Ranjit, metaphorically speaking, and nobody cares. Bam! He's terrible. I actually feel bad because I just realized I'm tainting Lunaruth's impression of him here, and I apologize, Lunaruth. I'm sure you'll like him, because there's going to be at least one person who likes him as a character, statistically speaking. And you're it! You're the statistical anomaly. Congratulations. Alright, so now to actually read what you're saying. What if the serum does not do a job, so we're drugged? Oh no! God, that is a hell of a band-aid. I agree with that statement. No insult intended, it's just, God, that barely makes it better. You can take the road or fly. Upon arriving, make yourself known to the sentry. She will give you further instructions. If you should come separated to the Amuro, worry not, the beast are trained from the Rookery. Okay. Here's a taste of flying for no real reason, but it's cool. I'm not going to complain. I mean, you heard my band-aid. Alright, time to fight Ranjit. Oh! Oh, God! Sure, Disco, what's your suggestion? I'm ready. Hit me. I'm ready. What quest are we on? Logistics of War. God. Sorry, one thing that I both like and dislike in Shadow is each quest is long. Oh, that's just cheap at that point, Omega Legion. Especially since, and I hate to keep reiterating this, we've already killed a Light Warden. Pretty much the apex Sin Eaters. We've already killed an apex Sin Eater, so being like, hey, this dude... Oh, I overshot. He's totally using Sin Eater juice. It's like, okay. Would it be better? Maybe Blade Traval. But honestly, probably not, because as mentioned before, there is an explanation for him being OP. It's just a bad explanation. So, All that does is trade one bad explanation for another bad explanation. No offense, Blade all. I'm telling you, the problem is he's a threat of the weak. If you pare away all the in-character, in-universe, in-lore explanations and look at it from a writer's perspective, and what he is he is there to provide a threat to us. A completely unnecessary threat, if I might be so bold. We've already seen the environmental threat of the setting, which is falling apart around our feet. We've already seen the environmental threat of the Sin Eaters, which are extremely terrifying and dangerous to basically everyone but us. And even we are going to have issues with that in a bit. No spoilers. And then we have the societal threat of Yulmore. There's no need to randomly add the frickin' Kelvins over there. Yeah, I just joined the guard 3 minutes ago. Ah, gotcha, Disco. I'm afraid I can't give a negative to that, though. I apologize. It makes too much sense for a trust system which is entirely designed around a single player doing single player things to get single player loot, because that's exactly what you would get, assuming trading wasn't a thing. Now, that being said, there is actually a negative that I'm going to have to test for myself a little bit live, and that is how goddamn grindy trusts were. I haven't done trusts in a while, because they were grindy as crap. Good morning, Primarch. Okay. So, I need to get the ammo of the thing, so we sprinkle my food. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so we got to give them their dream powder. And by dream powder, I mean the thing that prevents the dream powder. See, now I have the advantage over Lunera because I can fly. Out here already. There we go. Eat up. I mean, yeah, that would be an explanation, Omega Legion. That sure is an explanation. Ironically, I've always found trusts easiest as a healer. Because I swear they don't account for green DPS in the HP and DPS of the others. So it goes a little bit faster as a healer, I think. That could just be confirmation bias, I'm not actually sure. But it feels like it goes faster. Also, gwee, gwee! Gwee, gwee! Yeah, welcome. There's gonna be a lot of blue quests. I haven't even done all the Shadowbringers blue quests yet. There's like 3 I still need to do. Not counting Nier, obviously. I'm telling you, I hate to say this again, and I swear this is the last time I'm going to talk about this. I really do think Ranjit just needs to be ejected entirely. At best, put him entirely in Thancred's story arc and eject him from ours, 100%. Don't make him a threat of the weak. Make him the bad father figure to contrast the good father figure. There you go. Boom. Done. Yeah, that's cool. Let's go. Yeah, no, I feel bad for Leonard. But it's okay, I can't fly in this dungeon. That's the Crystarium's outfit. I can't tell if I like that a lot. It's a rather lavender thing, but the helmets are... Oh, sorry, that's Yulmorian. Oh, that's much worse. Oh my god. That's terrible.
Keep moving.
Wow. Gaudy, ostentatious, and actually tactically disadvantageous. That's funny.
The Crystarium, I guess.
So, I've already given my suggestion here. We go hit Yulmore while they rescue her. But you're probably thinking, well, how would you do that in lore? Would you just have cutscenes cut back and forth between you smashing Yulmore and then this? That's certainly feasible, but I would actually do something entirely separate. You know what I would do? I would assume victory at Yulmore. I wouldn't even show it. Instead, this would be a roleplay section where we play as Thancred, who assist in the rescue of Minfilia, right? Assisted by the Crystarium, who are doing their whole operation here. And then when it ends, we, the Warrior of Light, Warrior of Darkness, whatever, come back and we're like, hey, yeah, we totally trashed their place. It's gone. It's on fire. And like just a quick shot of part of Yulmore being on fire, and then it cuts back. And that's it. That's how I would do that.
Desperate fools. It'll take more than a handful of overgrown lizards to ground us.
No, we don't actually attack the civilians. Why do you think we're attacking the civilians? Pay attention. Keep up. Keep up. We're taking out the airship docks.
Sound the alarm!
Or maybe just a bunch of airships just literally start wrecking airships. Oh, well then you're just stupid, Blade Travell. I need Blade Travell fired and ejected from the office immediately. Thank you. Alright. Possibly Omega Legion. And by possibly, I mean definitely 100% certainly, yes.
Captain, the powder has taken effect.
No, I'm assuming we're in the meeting room, Blade Travell, and that's the argument you bring up for that, and so you're fired. Get out!
Let us free the Oracle from their clutches.
Yeah, I like how the Crystarium uniform is an actual chunk of armor. Instead of the gaudy... Like, horns on a helmet are literally a tactical disadvantage. That's not me making that up. I don't even have to go any past that. Just the horns. Just the helmets they have are dumb. Oh god, yeah, you have to go up this tower manually, don't you, Linnea Ruth? The Yule morons. I mean... And Loki would be wrong, Zactef. They are a tactical disadvantage. Period. Whatever. Time to body some morons. Why am I even here? You know what? I'm giving this a negative. I'm sorry. The more I think about this, the more this is such a complete misuse and abuse of everything. Oh, I'm totally synced. Wink, wink. Let me just one-shot these. Oh, wow, I didn't one-shot them. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Holy crap. See if I can four-shot them? Nope. Five-shot? Six? Okay, five-shot. Took five-shot. Jeez, that took forever. Whoa. Whew, I'm winded. The new Dune movie? Well, I did have a spoilers discussion on it, but all I'll say right now is I really liked it. Speaking as someone who actually doesn't like the Dune book series, and never has. I should probably mention, sorry, let me clarify that for the people who haven't actually heard me say this before. Dune, the original Dune book, is actually fine. I rather enjoy it. Everything after Dune, not so much. Well, I'm also a Reaper, Lunera, so I've got that unfair advantage too. Sorry. Depends on the specifics, Fife. The reason that's in italics right now is because I'm not sure it's deserved. Like, so far, as of right now, there's been no gameplay negative to camera in Shadow. We'll see if it does. That's why it's always there in question marks. That's why it's there in question, or at least it should be there in question mark for Endwalker as well, because I have no idea what kind of bosses we have in Endwalker. You got this, Lunaruth. But yeah, so let me use a parallel here, lest you think I'm being unkind. WoW will probably get the storytelling negative for every expansion. I was actually thinking about that. Just like FF14 will get the forced solo player thing for every expansion, because it's a continuing issue for each expansion, right? And yeah, if they work around it, then it's not an issue, and it's not a negative. And I'm going to be completely honest, I don't remember any bosses in Shadow being the camera issue, but I could be misremembering. We'll see. It definitely showed up in Stormblood, good god. The Shinryu fight alone is actually pretty crap with the camera issue by itself. There's a lot of that in Stormblood.
You're not alone.
Hey, Reggie. Oh, thank God. Thank God. We finally... Wait, what do we disagree on? The fact that the camera doesn't zoom out too far? Why? Okay, I'll be honest. How the hell do we disagree on that? You gotta explain that one. Hello. Oh, Shinryu's a great fight, but the camera is really bad on the Shinryu fight. Shinryu is so large and has so much going on that the camera is actually an impediment to enjoying that fight. And I stand by that 100%, especially since I literally got Shinryu last night in the trial roulette, so I have an extremely recent opinion of that one. Sure, Omega Legion. Not even going to argue it. Whatever. Moving on. Whatever you say, buddy. Wink! There we go. Okay, cool. We're cool. Hello, Minfilia. We've come to rescue you. Aren't you a little short for a Viera? Your weapons, made to the same specifications as Thancred. Oh god, that sounds terrible, Omega Legion. And I already think that issue exists in that boss fight. More reason to never do extremes. We could also just be playing as Lena, by the way, if you want to pull Thancred out of this. Have this be a roleplay where we play as Lena. You notice she's the one doing all this stuff alongside us, so it's almost a copy-paste. And Lena being beaten by Ranjit makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? And yeah, we would get to try out Dancer. God, the more I think about this, the more this is just really easy to fix. Like, I often give suggestions that would be a lot of work. The suggestions I'm giving here would actually be extraordinarily easy to fix, which just makes us even sadder. But anyways, here's our gameplay negative. That's just his name now. Brazen thieves, you will regret coming here. For I am incredibly powerful for no good reason. And yeah, the Yulmorian general versus the Crystarium general. And by the way, we'd be playing a Dancer fighting a Reaper. Also, this music plays for this fight. Look at this, by the way. Look how little damage I'm doing to this guy. I have this set to very easy, which I think, like, thirds their overall damage, or their health. I barely chunked off. I'm scratching his paint, and he's calling me pathetic this entire time. Give me... yeah, this is post-Xenos. This is post-Elidibus Xenos. This is ridiculous. This is a gameplay negative. This is why I keep calling this guy gameplay negative. I don't have that ability at this level, do I? Damn it! Yeah, Zenos is watching this like... Really? Okay. It's, yeah, also, to be completely blunt, it's a boring fight. A lot of these solo fights have their issues, but usually there's at least something to make them interesting to do. Like, you remember the fight against the Dethal lady, I can't remember her name, and Magni? Even Magni is a better fight than this nonsense, from a purely gameplay perspective. Sadu, that was her name, Sadu. Okay, Reaper's a little boring at 72 here, I'm gonna be honest. Why am I dodging stuff? I'm just gonna stand here. I'm just gonna stand here. I'll move for that one. Oh, right, nice. I'm not paying attention. Screwing around a little bit. And yeah, he just has a dragon familiar. I'm pretty sure that's explained in one of the short stories, but, like, whatever. Reaper prototype, we're walking, we're walking. Yeah, by the way, you see how much HP he has? Now, I've already complained about that from a storytelling perspective, but think about how boring this is to do when you have to do approximately 3 times the amount of damage I'm doing. Remember, I'm on very easy. Yeah, very easy after the stat squish, sorry. I've got him a little bit below half. At least he's finally doing something gameplay-wise. He probably heard me talking smack. Not going too far. That's okay. But yes, this boss fight commits most of the cardinal sins of a boss fight. Too much health, and too boring. And then he also pulls an instant win button. He pulls a freaking Beatrix on us. So hang on, let me finish typing over here.
You, boy. You bear a striking resemblance to the artist my master seeks. By all means, keep your counsel. You will all have ample time to confess your crimes back in Yule.
You know, all Thancred ever does is just join in at the last minute to save us from fights we shouldn't be losing. You ever notice that?
Thancred?
So, you are the wretch who stole her from us.
And what if I am?
What?
Pathetic. Vermin such as you are not worthy of the Oracle.
Hold on a second. If we die against Ranjit there, do we fail the instance? Does anybody know? I'm giving a second negative to that fight. For that right there. That just occurred to me. That just occurred to me. It's a supposed to lose fight that if you lose, you have to start over. We've already discussed this.
Fool! You would see your city razed.
I would sooner see it razed than conquered. Suffice it to say, we are ready to receive you.
What now, Exarch? Will you face me yourself?
I think not, General. I've quite exhausted my tricks. If you mean to give chase, I will not stand in your way. But you would do well to tread warily, for your quarry goes to a place where even Yulmore dare not bear its steel. Ilmeg, the Fairy Kingdom.
Finally.
To think that mountain of indolence still had the energy to unleash his hounds.
Finally. Finally.
Even the most pointless of conflicts may alter a world's course. And now the plan has gone awry. But how? How did the so-called Crystal Exarch bring the hero of the source to the first? As if I didn't have enough on my hands already. Then again, with a soul such as that, mayhap there is another way. One which does not require bloodshed.
God, he's so tired. And yet he's still trying. Did you catch that? Maybe there's another method. My offer was genuine.
Here in the shadow of the northern ranges lay the great kingdom of Verbert. A nation with a proud history that the Sin Eaters cut short, just like all the rest. Since that time, these lands have become a haven for Fey folk. Dreamers frolicking amidst the ruins of a forgotten realm.
We should be safe enough here.
Now I'm going to pause really quick. Since we literally just saw that cutscene, that whole, not the cutscene, but the whole sequence of events, I want you to mentally just go through it with me right now. Remove the Warrior of Light entirely. We're going to go. If you can help us get our Amaro quick and ready to go, awesome. We'll give the word to attack. You go do your thing. Doesn't matter what we're doing. Just ignore that for a second, okay? Pretend it's not there. Then it goes, whoosh, and we see the thing. There's the armor going on. The dust comes down. Lena lands by herself. Whoosh. Lena, dancer bar. We play as Lena. We go through that whole sequence of events. Find Minfilia, grab her, get her out. Then there's Ranjit. I am super strong. Oh, shoot. The two generals face off. The dancer versus the Reaper. Everything's cool. We start to have issues. Fix the gameplay problems that are there. He does have too much HP, and you should be allowed to lose a supposed to lose fight. That's an easy fix. So we fix that. We lose the fight. Oh, damn. Then Thancred comes up and saves us, and then the Crystal Exarch shows up and saves us, and then we see Emet-Selch. And then it cuts to us with Thancred, who has just reconnoitered, who's just regrouped with us, and now we're heading up into the Fairy Realm in order to seek sanctuary for her. Boom. Tell me that wouldn't be better. And I would get rid of all 3 negatives I just gave this game with that change. And it's such an easy change.
It's good to see you again, my friends. I don't know about you, but it feels like years since last we met. 5 of them in my case.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, speaking of which, negative to story.
Why, it only feels like 1 to me, but long enough to warrant a more convivial reunion either way. What brought you to Laxon Loft?
The girl, Minfilia, she and I were traveling together, hunting sin-eaters.
It's okay. We're done with the Ranjit crap. The gameplay negative has left the screen for the immediate future. Let's get back into positive territory, you know?
But as we were nearing Lakeland, she abruptly ran off on her own. I found her too late to stop the Ulmorans from taking her prisoner. And as I was considering rescue options, I observed that the Crystarium was on the move. So I consulted the Exarch, who apprised me of the details of the operation and issued me certain instructions. Should the situation take a turn for the worse, I was to see you all safely to Ilmeg. And here we are.
Orianger has called this place home for a while now. Yet we have never called upon him, I am ashamed to say. 'Twas only at the Crystarium that we met.
Hardly surprising. This is not the sort of place one visits on a whim.
Yeah, this is the realm of the Fae, and while these Fae are arguably a lot less malevolent than Fae tend to be in fiction, they're still Fae. I actually just finished the side quests for this zone this morning. And, yeah, they're still Fae.
Happily, having trespassed on Orianger's hospitality for a spell, Minfilia and I have an idea of how things work around here.
Yep, let's go play.
Sooner or later, the Ulmorans will come after us. But before they do, the Exarch bids us accomplish 2 things. First, rendezvous with Orianger. And second, eliminate the Light Warden of this land.
So, Minfilia. What made you leave Thancred behind, if you don't mind me asking?
You. The hero from another world. I was asleep when I felt it. A presence. Someone I was meant to meet. They were close, and I knew I had to go to them. But with all the commotion in Lakeland, I was afraid that Thancred wouldn't let me.
And would I have been wrong? Had I arrived a moment later, you would be back in your cell in Yulmore.
If you'd gone with her to begin with, she would have been not caught in the first place. overprotective dad cred.
And now we have Ranjit snapping at our heels. You really have outdone yourself this time.
I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me.
A fresh reminder, by the way, that the original Minfilia is actually, for all intents and purposes, his adopted daughter. And I point that out because, while I don't really condone how Thancred is here, it does explain it. A lot.
Oh, poor thing being scolded so.
So, there's the Fae. They're terrible.
Who said that? Show yourselves.
Come now, put away that frown and have some fun with us. Yes, let us have some fun.
I just realized he's wearing my Gunbreaker outfit, just different colored.
Which way was it to Urianger's?
Except his is black and white. Why isn't mine black and white? Can I dye mine?
We've been there so many times, but I'm not... I can't... Why can't I remember?
Because Faye.
Damn it all. We're already caught in their spell.
Alright. Oh, that sounds like a whole lot of not worth my time. I can't even access the final point of Boja yet. Because of unlock problem. Speaking of which, do I have the unlock problem as a negative? Because it totally deserves it in this one. Unlock problem. Nope. The unlock problem is definitely in Shadow. Oh my god, that's just, it's weird. I don't remember seeing it like this. Because, you know, I haven't seen it like this in a long time. Ugh. Berries, I take it. Yeah. I was worried about the others back in Lakeland, but I should be worried about us. I'm trying to remember, but it feels like peering through a fog. Yeah, I'm just going to test something super quick. Let's just, switch over to this. No reason. Yep, no, that's the same outfit. Yep, no, okay. Double checking something. Yep, cool. Ilmeg is the fairy kingdom, and it's home to the Fae folk, the most prominent of the Pixies, who have a penchant for making mischief. These powerful illusions to play tricks on those who venture into their domain. By way of example, they can make a familiar path seem unfamiliar, or lead you where you believe you're not. And here we are, entirely at their mercy. Great! Just what I wanted with my day. As it stands, we cannot hope to fix the way to Urianger. For that, we must convince the Pixies to lift the spell. From what I can make the voices, they wish to play. So if they should permit us to find their village, it'll probably lead us right to them. Oh, and I should mention Minfilia's been informed of our situation. Different worlds, yada yada yada. You can consider her an ally. Hi, I'm from a different world and twice your height. It's okay, I'm twice of everyone's height around here, apparently. Listen, Zed Slayer, I don't have that on me anymore because screw that outfit. Alright, let me follow the path. It's funny that I can just head up to Urianger. He's right there. But anyways, we're not going to do that. God, this is just... Look at this! This is painful! Island Aruth, you're moving kind of slowly there. Are you okay? Nope, you have been beckoned. Wow. Here we are. Pixies are nowhere to be seen. Knowing them, their games have already begun. In which case, there's a variety of plant native to these plants, to these parts, which has a distinctive furrowed tip. Looking grass. It's so named because it can be used to spy pixies. I'll explain later, but help me find some. Or if a vice calls to you, in no circumstances respond. Got it. Oh, you're probably wondering why there's no story positive to Ilmeg's side quest. It's because there's no story positive to have. Let me summarize all the side quests in this zone. They're Fae. Greetings, what's your name? Nope. You don't have a name? How very sad. I could have had so much fun with it. Yeah, never tell a Fae your name. Or anything. Ever. Yeah, I hate to sound negative because actually visually this is my favorite zone. But there's just... Well, second favorite zone. There's just nothing here. It's just a whole lot of vanilla in terms of side quests. The regional quest, the regional chain, is all about this Amuro who accidentally ate a Porky or Porksy or whatever they're called, which, by the way, is another Fae. And so the... Oh god, what are they called? The Dog Fae are like, hey, you ate my Porksy Fae. You must die. Or become part of the tribe and go do a bunch of tests. The Amuro's like, but I'm not welcomed as part of the tribe. But you will now be part of the tribe. Okay, well, I'm joined part of the tribe. Let's go play games. And then we play games. No. Really. One of the games we play is we have to do the liar's game. Figure out which one's lying. Except with 3 instead of 2. Nope. Not responding. Don't worry. I get to show off the end of the daily chain because I've saved it. And by daily chain, I mean the Beast Tribe. So that'll be cool. We'll get there eventually. Where are you from? ... Maybe this one's hard of hearing. What brings you here? Ah, tone deaf. How boring. Still, picking plants in our villages is good in indulging our hospitality. Who are we to turn you away? Stay a while. Stay forever. And there's the thing Lunarith was just dealing with. Unfortunately for them, I can teleport, so, you know. I did actually, Dr. Winter. Sorry, your timing was terrible because I was in the middle of something. But I actually wrote it down and everything for Darkest Dungeon. Thank you, Dr. Winter. As always. I apologize. I take you with some trouble. Apologies for subjecting you to that. I can assume from your presence you managed to find some grass. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, Fey magic is amusing. By the way, you see these bushes? Those used to be people. Probably the most quietly horrifying thing in this entire zone are these frickin' bushes. Arguably there's still people. One of the daily quests involves trimming them and everything. Wow, we are surrounded. Yeah, Lunarith is like right next to me. Or rather, right ahead of me, more accurately. Found you. Game's over. Yeah, there were a lot of Fae there. Pixies, specifically. Let's see. There are, what, 4 types of Fae here? Hang on. 1, 2...
Oh,
yeah, 4.
Found. How did this mortal know our trick?
Wait! I recognize their souls! These two have been here before!
Look! Twins! How adorable!
Oh!
Play with us!
Believe me when I say that these Pixies...
Time nor inclination to play. We have come to see Urianger.
Oh, I wasn't counting the frog. Sorry. 5. These Pixies are, nowhere near as bad as Fae tend to get in other fiction, and I mean that. It's really sad. These are some of the probably the more harmless Fae I've seen in fiction. The Pixies, specifically. The other ones, we'll get there.
Oh yes, Urianger, the peculiar one. In return for a place in Elmeg, he agreed to a riddle contest with us for 7 days and 7 nights without any sleep.
Oh, that was so much fun! We must do it again!
Yes, come, play.
I'm sure he'd be delighted. Now, if you'd be so kind as to lift your spell.
Shall we? Should we? Would we?
What now?
I don't know. But this is their home, so we must indulge them.
Right, we've made up our minds. We will lift our spell on one condition, that you first lend us a helping hand. Or 2, or 3. Once you've helped solve all of our troubles, we'll let you see Urionji, Pixies' honor.
Well, there you have it. Pixie chores. I suggest we split up.
I should mention, if it isn't already obvious, that they are bound by a little bit of rules magic. So, in several cases, there are ways to trap and trick them. In order to, you know... Fly! Wait, I can't fly yet. Don't worry, I can only do one of these at a time. Whereas you can do all 3 at the same time, Lunera. So it evens out. Yeah, I don't like that song. I really don't like this song. Hey, Dream Whisperer. And by the way, if anybody wants to stop watching the stream for the next probably about an hour, I really don't mind. I mean, you can still listen. I'm still here. We're still talking. But I don't blame you, because this is already giving me a bit of a headache. In fact, to be perfectly blunt, while I get the point, I think that someone somewhere should have realized that this is a little bit too much. Like, Lakeland wasn't headache-inducing. Kalusha and Am-Arang, which is a desert, wasn't headache-inducing. This place literally is giving me a headache. You may not have noticed it, but I actually puffed some ibuprofen earlier, because I knew what was coming. Oh, don't mistake me. Once the light is gone, this zone is actually my favorite zone, second favorite zone visually in Shadow. There used to be City of Mortals here, a great big bustling place called Vorbert or Bovert or some such, but the Sin Eaters came and everyone disappeared. Since then, the Pixies have been living here, given the old houses are touched. Lovely, don't you think? Oh, it goes away that quickly? Okay, good. Maybe I won't give it a full negative, but honestly, this is the kind of thing that someone probably should have realized. Hey, you know, for a while we roamed, but we've found a place the men had abandoned. Together we decided to make our new home. That's the castle, I do believe. But yeah, we can debate it. Let's debate. Debate. It's much worse if I do something like that, which is why I'm not doing that. Our precious children are thirsty. You need to bring them water. Who are our children? The Leaf Men. Right. Be warned, the Fuoth are in the lake. Yeah, we'll talk about them in a minute. No, Hoth doesn't give me a headache, to use another example. Hoth, which is a white barren wasteland. Let me lower that camera a little bit. Up? Nope, up is worse. Okay. I swear this zone looks good. Just give us a bit, alright? Just bear with us. Yeah, exactly. The other zones I've just mentioned, including ones in this game, oh, I'm a Reaper, are a perfect example of why this does not need to literally be physically painful. Like, someone somewhere should have looked at this and been like, okay, hold up. It's even got some good music once you get away from the goddamn town. Of course, every zone in this game has good music once you get away from the towns. Have some water. A little bit of relief. There we go. You know what? Hang on. Let's just kind of cover the screen a little bit. There we go. We'll just play like this for a minute. Where's my target? Is it down? There it is. I see it. Hang on, let me adjust this over here. This over here. And then hang on. Let's move this over here. Let's be strategic about this. There we go. There we go. That's much better. No! Okay. No, this looks like patched in. Wow, that's what this looks like. points if you get it. Oh, hang on. Get our window up. There we go. There we go. That is so much better. Oh, alright. Ah! No! No! Sorry, I should read that out loud. The Fuoth make their home in the lake. They tend to play rough, so have a care. You've given water to our children? Thank you. They're very dear to us. They wandered into Ilmeg as mortals, but we grew attached to them and decided to take them in. Yep, those are people. Arguably still people. But they definitely were people, one way or the other. Cover that up. Yeah, water. Does that even work? Are we a cleric? Alright, okay. Ah! So hungry on my feet. A fruit. Go get a fruit for me, just outside the village. 2 bell trees. Okay. It doesn't keep closing that one. It's the only menu it keeps closing. Did you catch that? It's weird. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, one of the... By the way, one of the daily quests is to trim the hedges. Just think about that for a second. Think about that for a second. God, this zone is so terrifying. Oh, oh, there's a bug. You know what? Let's just do this. Hey, come back here. Die! Oh, hi, Maverick. I think it's Maverick. It's kind of hard to tell right now. I've got a couple of things here. Almost always, yeah, Loke. Honestly, these Fae are evil. It's just they're not deliberately evil. They are uncaring evil. We talked about the 3 types of evil yesterday. Bug. There it is. There it is. Die, bug. All bugs must die. That's dead. Okay, just navigating by the minimap, not even looking at the screen. Here, let's cover that up again. Cover everything. Cover everything. Yeah, the reason we don't kill children evil is because they haven't had time to understand yet. They don't have that excuse. There you go, have your stupid fruit. Oh my god, please stop killing my eyes. Yes, you saved me from my boredom. You should have seen the look in your face when the bugs came down. Tee-hee-hee! You've done me a great service. If there's one thing we Pixies are serious about, it's having fun. Dull and painful things? Hate them, hate them, hate them! Sin Eaters are dull and painful both, so we hate them especially. You mortals try to fight them, but there's no fun in that. Best to avoid altogether. Citation needed. Okay. That's a good question, Disco. But they're still evil. That's not debatable. Sorry. End statement. How goes it, Lore? My head hurts. Mix of menial tasks and pranks. Yeah, that sums up my own experience. They have no troubles worthy of the name. Shield your eyes, Bragwin. Shield your eyes. How are we supposed to keep at it? They're clearly playing with us. Indeed, whenever I inquire about how much there is to be done, the answer is a little. I doubt they have any intention of releasing us. Yeah, that's kind of their thing. Oriange once told me a story about the Pixies. They're born of the souls of those who've died as children. Or so it's believed. Though they don't have memories of their previous lives, the desire to have fun remains imprinted on their souls. So they live only to play, keeping hapless mortals for pleasure for years on end, sometimes until death. Sometimes! In the past, when I sought to identify the true nature of ghosts, I came upon literature in the similar subject. The soul was likened to a core, which resides in the ether, and its presence is what differentiates us from such sprites and arcane entities. Upon death, the core dissipates along with the ether composed of the flesh. However, it may be held together and bound to its corporeal realm, either by the will of the owner or by certain arts. In time, the soul may regather ether unto itself to assume a new form, or find newly emerged life in which to abide. These pixies may be one such instance of this. If the ghosts are merely souls without bodies, what does that make us? I think you've become that which you fear most, brother dearest. However, the pixies may come into being. If we leave them to judge when they're satisfied, they will never be satisfied. We must negotiate new terms, but where to begin? Seems to me we would need at least one to sympathize with us. In the course of your chores, do you encounter a pixie who seemed amenable? Yeah. What? You knew a Pixie from before? Yeah. Ugh, hang on. Not only are you acquainted, but you've entered into a pact? You might have mentioned this sooner. Ugh. Please summon this Feoul. I would if you'd let me. Yes, Omega Legion. But honestly, let's call this what this is. This is a bloom problem. Did I spell it wrong? We, maybe? Do I have to do it on the spot? God, where's the spot? There it is. Found the spot. My sapling has finally remembered about his lovely branch, but with such half-hearted call, you may as well lop me off. I have no sapling! I can't read that. I literally can't read that. What does that say? Please, Feoul, I need you. Is that your idea of a fervent call? A sodden log could do more with fire. Hang on. Get the camera back over here so I can see. Oh, loveliest of branches. Please grant me your negative to gameplay. Done! Please get rid of this bloom.
You're late! Late!
Please.
I've been waiting for you to summon me ever since you came here. Waiting and waiting and waiting.
It's not my fault that I've been stupid for the last 20 minutes. The writers took my brain out of me.
But my sapling didn't so much as utter my name. Such a heartless thing he is. Cold and cruel and heartless!
I prefer to call myself a nobody, thank you.
Another self-important little brat. Just what we need.
We only have too many of those.
Reminds me of my childhood.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a joke. Honestly, just a joke. But just now you called for me so earnestly, so fervently. I couldn't possibly stay angry at you. Very well. As your lovely branch, I will lend you my strength.
Well. If it isn't Feoul, the mold feel. It's been too long.
I swear this place gets better.
To think of any new games, though, apparently. If I were you, I'd be bored of myself. Now let me make something clear. That mortal is mine. No matter what you do, he will never be yours. Never, never, ever!
Oh, not even a bit. But what about the others? Surely we can keep them.
You know, technically, doesn't this mean I could go back to the source with Feoul? Not that I would do that.
No! You can't keep them either! They're for my amusement and mine alone!
I mean, they can go to the source, so...
Finger on my sapling. I'll scatter the contents of his bag all over your precious village.
I don't have that much in my bag right now.
There'll be cold, hard metal, furry, festering food, stinky, sweaty small clothes, and all manner of other terrible, unmentionable things. How would you like that, hmm?
All right. But will you not at least let us play with the twins? Just while the others go and see Urianger?
Aye, that's all we ask. And we promise we'll play nicely.
It seems we won't be joining you.
Aye! We'll reveal the hidden Vernick to you at once.
Yes, please get rid of this nonsense. Please, God, please. And yeah, it's case sensitive, Linnea. Oh, thank you. So this is why I call this the most visually beautiful zone. Second most visually beautiful zone of the game. That is so much better. You can look now.
This is the true Ilmeg.
Anybody who wasn't looking?
How are you feeling?
All I'm going to say is the Tempest and leave it at that, as Damien.
Better. I think I remember the way now.
Apologies for the delay. Shall we go and see Urianger?
The point...
Lovely branch is useful, yes? So whenever you're in trouble, you must remember to make use of me!
Maybe you say, Branch. Don't worry, we'll be talking soon. Oh yeah, I see Lunatorith's attempts to get the casing right. Oh god, yeah. So the point in lore was that we actually had a glamour, an illusion cast upon us, which was making it so we couldn't see. So in order to emulate that in gameplay, they decided to make it so you literally couldn't see the zone. They pushed the fog barrier up to like 20 feet, and they added they cranked the bloom as high as it would go. I still hate this music. Let's get away from the song for a second. Get away from the song. There we go. But yeah, this zone looks like this. There's a castle with wings. There's lots of beautiful, gorgeous flowers. Crystals just jutting up all over the place, which actually implies a lot, by the way, which we'll get to later. Whole city underwater, which we'll actually investigate a little bit of. Remember, there used to be a nation up here. A lot of cool stuff. And this song is great. And yeah, we haven't even taken care of the light problem yet, which we will, of course. You'll notice we have a typical video game act structure in virtue of taking care of the light. Just remember that for a moment. In fact, I'm going to write down a note about that. First, I got to get the bad song back, though. So, you may wonder why I haven't asked if people want to join for the next dungeon. We're probably going to go and do the trust, the only trust I plan to do in Shadow, in this dungeon. It's a good suggestion for it. Hang on, I have to go gouge Rye's eyes out, because apparently she insists on gouging mine out. Hey, Taquetta, you just missed the bloom section from hell, which was literally giving me a headache. I'll show it, Von Falkenstein, don't worry. Ralph and Alize say, yeah, everyone who wants to do it, go do it with Lunaruth. I'll do the trust version. It'll be a race, you'll win. Trust or slow. Now, the place we seek is the abandoned manor of a nobleman and a scholar, the Bookman's Shelves. I hate this song. There's like one song I dislike in every expansion. It's usually the same song. The stupid mission song, but that town song can go to hell. You better hurry up, though, Lunaruth. I can go a little faster than you, outside of the dungeon. The race is on. I will absolutely want people for the upcoming raid, though. We probably won't hit that for another hour or two. We'll hit it before the lunch break, though, I think. It's been quite a while. I hope Urianger is okay. Alright, let's see who's home. I mean, it's a good fight, too. I'm rather fond of the upcoming raid. God, my eyes are still adjusting. I'm not exaggerating when I say that's physically painful going through that part.
Urianger, are you in?
Unto a world weary of heroes, a hero wends his way. The Exarch did send word that thou wouldst seek me out, but ne'er did I imagine thou wouldst arrive so soon.
Yeah, he's an astrologian now. God, I hate that outfit.
Full glad am I to see thee once more, my friend, and none the worse for thy travails.
My brother from another mother.
Run along, Minfilia. We'll meet you outside.
But...
Another one for you to imbue, if you'd be so kind.
Ammo. Gunbreaker uses magic ammo. Thancred can't cast magic.
So. I take it thou hast met with our other comrades already?
Honestly, it looks better on him than it does on me. I hated wearing that outfit as my astrologian. Couldn't get rid of it quickly enough.
That Master Alphino and Mistress Alize now travel in thy company is of great comfort to me. As for the rest, it beginneth in earnest. The hunting of the Light Wardens, and perforce the war with Yulmore. Hark thee then to my words, and through them behold the vision that I did glimpse, that of the 8th Umbral Calamity. As I drifted hither to the first, traversing the boundary twixt reality and potentiality, I did bear witness to events yet to come.
So I should probably jump in there really quick, because the way the time travel in this setting works is kind of interesting. It's more about what might happen than what did happen, and that's the simplest way I can explain it. Or, put another way, the future isn't set in stone, yet.
There I saw the combined forces of Eorzea and the Far East offering fierce resistance to the legions of Garlemald. So fierce, in fact, that they did begin to push the enemy back. Ilm by painful ilm at first, then Yalm by Yalm, and Malm by Malm in time.
You may not remember this, but back during Storm, I actually asked you to remember about how surprising and how thorough our victory was at the Gimlet Dark.
Yet the joy they felt was short-lived, for in so doing they did force the Empire's hand. Faced with defeat, the Garleans turned to a weapon most vile: Black Rose. Its potency defied all reckoning. Once released, the gas took on a life of its own, wreaking untold carnage not only in Eorzea, but in the provinces of the Empire besides.
Mass murder doesn't even get close to what this did. This is millions, Dad.
From fighters upon the front lines to babes in their beds, none were spared. And as the casualties became too numerous to count, so did the fabric of civilization begin to unravel. Nor did the land itself escape unscathed. For spreading from the site of its release, Black Rose brought death to the very soil.
Remember, what Black Rose does is freezes the ether of a living being. There's a lot of living beings that aren't people.
To survive amidst the chaos and upheaval, men came to live by the sword, the rule of law giving way, inevitably, to the rule of might. Thus was the spark struck and the fire kindled, and swiftly did it spread as a blaze in a field of straw to engulf every corner of the world. Nations worthy of the name did then cease to exist. And those souls brave and true who might have risen to restore order
They do this one in engine. Because that way they could show off something else. Can't do a pre-render of us.
Were no more. For the weapon spared not one. Not even thee.
And like it or not, this does make sense. For all our power, something that just freezes our ether would completely hamper us. It would hamper Xenos, too, as someone mentioned that earlier, and that's true.
An endless age of war, begotten by the blight of Black Rose. Such is the legacy of the 8th umbral calamity which I did behold. No matter the cost, we must forestall this tragedy.
The latter, then Aerith. Oh yeah, Ascians could probably be harmed by this Black Rose crap, too.
To that end, I have labored during my sojourn in this world, discovering in so doing the answer to a pressing mystery. That of Black Rose's inexplicable potency.
So this is the answer to what most of you are probably wondering. How is a gas weapon this powerful? I mean, yeah, it freezes ether, but it still has to be distributed by a gas, right? Well...
Come.
There's one other layer to that.
Dost thou recognize yonder chart?
I do. That's the elements of this world.
Indeed. 'Tis a rendering of the elemental wheel, such as one might find in classrooms across the source. As the chart maketh plain, our world is composed of 6 elements, in addition to which there exist 2 poles in fundamental opposition.
Yeah, it's funny. WoW actually... Warcraft, excuse me, has something like this. Those of you who've seen the Chronicles book or heard me talk about it know about this. But it's not in the game like it should be, like this scene. So there we are.
Astral, the active. Umbral, the passive. As a reflection of the source, the first naturally compriseth the selfsame forces. Yet, curiously, there is a notable divergence in their nomenclature. To be specific, the denizens of this world employ not the terms astral and umbral. Thus was I moved to inquire what names said forces had been assigned. A simple question which yielded a most unexpected answer. Upon demanding the name of the pole aligned with activity and growth, I was told that as life's myriad colors combine to produce black, the people of the first had called it darkness. At this, did my mind begin to race. Yet 'twas only when I asked what name had been given to the pole aligned with passivity that mine eyes were opened to the truth. Peace and tranquility being as purest white, unmarred by color, I was told it had been given the name of light.
That's umbral light and astral darkness, yes? I'm no etherologist, but it strikes me that the nomenclature of the first is rooted in the generation of the 2 forces, while our own appears to focus on their effects. Which makes one wonder, have we had it backwards all this time?
In case it's not obvious, that is the total opposite of how we think of the 2, the umbral and the astral, back on our planet.
'Tis indeed a compelling question, and one which beareth closer examination. Yet what knowledge we already possess sufficeth to explain the chain of events. The phenomenon of etheric thinning observed in the source is the consequence of light, the power of stasis, flowing in from the first to stifle the movement of ether within the land. And according to Master Alphino, Black Rose slayeth by halting the circulation of ether within living beings.
Yeah.
Should such a weapon be unleashed even as the first were rejoined, replete as it is with light,
We would have a disaster of untold proportions on our hands. A calamity. Well, at least we have a better grasp of what we're facing. Our objective, however, remains unchanged.
Real quick, in case you missed that, the reason Black Rose was so damaging and so widespread was because Black Rose operates with light ether, while the planet was getting flooded with light ether. Yeah, an umbrella calamity? That's just Resident Evil.
We are to eliminate the Light Warden of Ilmeg. Speaking of which, were you able to ascertain its whereabouts?
Aye. 'Tis all but certainly ensconced within Leargear, the castle which standeth in the midst of the lake. To enter said stronghold, we must needs turn to the Pixies for aid. Fortunately, I have become quite adept at courting their cooperation.
It makes such a weird amount of sense that Urianger would be so completely on top of the Pixies. I don't know how else to put that. Like, it's not like he's... You'd think he would be completely the opposite. He'd be like, oh my god, how is this stuffy, uptight person going to deal with the Pixies? But no.
Henceforth shall I accompany you, and do all in my power to ensure that my vision doth not come to pass.
Well, yeah, of course you don't want to see his brother die, obviously. Yeah, no, he is actually great with children. That's actually re-established prior to now. Because we've seen how he is with Alize, who is effectively his adopted younger sister / daughter / whatever. And yeah, Linnea is doing the upcoming dungeon if anybody wants to do it with her, while I don't do it with people. My friend, that'll be Don Meg, by the way, specifically. My friend, ere I speak of the task at hand, there's a question I would pose to thee. What thinkest thou of mine appearance? It is the best thing ever. Indeed, though the night be lost, behind the shroud of blinding light, doubt not thou, but the star shines still. I have chosen to avail myself of guidance that I might navigate the sea of uncertainty that stretches before us. For a blessing, my prior studies of astrology did provide me with adequate grounding of the odd. But enough. Let's speak about task. We must enter oh god, that place and gain the Pixies' cooperation. This is a simple matter of presenting unto them a suitable gift. I shall procure a selection of viands that please their palates. Thancred, assist me in this matter. Meanwhile, Lore, I bid thee obtain that which will please their eyes. In these parts there abideth a vilekin known for its beauteous wings. The Hawker. I shall lend thee a receptacle within which thou mayest capture a weakened specimen. It's actually funny. Usually I think Square doesn't go far enough with, you know, the whole light not good, dark not evil thing. Like, they tend to poke their head into it and then they just kind of back off of it a little bit, you know. See if that's enough. Oh, one more hit. There we go. Got it. Blue. There we go. Yeah, it's funny. My own setting actually has darkness as passivity and light as energy. And, yeah, static versus dynamic. Thou art returned, but they're able to capture Hawka. Well, yeah, there you go. You've changed your outfit, Linnea. I just noticed. You just get an upgrade. Truly a vibrant scent of wings. I shall treat them and make them fast for colors. Take a rest.
"'Tis done. The Pixies shall be well pleased with these gifts. Ah, lest I forget. White auracite, newly forged for thy use. Our mission being to thwart a rejoining, we will most assuredly cross paths with those who crave the contrary, our eternal enemies. Thus did I choose to abide in this ether-rich land, the better to fashion a trap for the Ascian's essence.
May I come in now?
You may indeed, assuming you've finished.
Boogles.
I did as you asked.
That's my girl, thank you. I should probably explain. Though my body remained behind in the Source, its limitations saw fit to accompany me, which is to say, I cannot manipulate ether. I took up the gunblade for its defensive advantages, but on account of my little impairment, I cannot imbue the ammunition myself. Luckily for me, Minfilia has quite a talent for it.
Minfilia, once we set forth, we are not like to return for some while. If thou wouldst choose tomes to take with thee, let it be now.
Really? May I?
Of course, my dear. Yet have care thou dost not add overmuch to thy burden, lest I incur Thancred's ire.
She literally has a Mega Legion. You'll notice how our young Minfilia here already has more character, non-jokingly, than the original Minfilia.
Hast thou spoken to him of thine encounter with the Minfilia of Eld?
Well, I suppose now is as good a time as any. As you know, I freed young Minfilia from captivity in Yulmore some 3 years past. Not long after, the two of us journeyed to the south of Armareng, to the edge of the Empty, where the flood was halted. 'Twas there that she awakened. The Minfilia of old. My Minfilia.
Damn it! Not now, mother! Ah! Okay, whatever.
Tell me, what must I do to bring you back?
My dearest Thancred, as I am now, I am no different from an Ascian. This child is but a vessel. One of many I have used that I might spread word of her enduring blessing and preserve the flame of hope. In my name, each has died, never having lived her own life. I have taken enough from these children. I will take no more.
But what of your suffering? Your sacrifice? This isn't fair! I will not stand for it. I cannot! There must be something we can do. Tell me!
Should the day come when this child grows weary of fighting and wishes to cast it all aside, then shall I take up her burden. But should she wish instead to become the master of her own destiny, then shall I bequeath to her my all. Imbued with the strength that I reserve for rebirth, she may come to wield my powers as her own.
And what of my wishes? What of Flamine's? What of all the people who love and care for you and want nothing more than to see you again?
It is not their decision to make. It is hers. This child's. This Minfilia's. You have ever watched over me, Thancred. Now I ask that you do the same for her. Protect her. Teach her. Stand by her as you stood by me. There is much and more she does not know. She needs a guide to show her the ways of the world, or she will never find her own path. When the time comes, you will find me here. Until that day.
Minfilia, wait!
What happened?
Different actress, I believe, but feel free to correct me on that.
And then she was gone. Minfilia, the girl, claims to have no recollection of any of it. I have told her many things, where we came from, what we fight for, but of that day, I have not spoken.
So how do you want this to end, Thancred? Good answer.
With the coming of another possessed of the blessing of light, the first hath begun to rise up in defiance of its fate. The question remaineth, however, who shall take up the flame of hope which Minfilia hath borne for so long? Whether we will it or no, the choice must soon be made.
I'm sorry I took so long. It was so hard to choose. In the end, I settled on just the one.
That is well. Now, if all is in order, let us set forth for Lida Loran.
I don't suppose you noticed it, but she's actually a rogue. Twin daggers. Go figure, right? Yeah, trust me, it's been hard to call her Minfilia this whole time. Thank you, Aurorix, as always, and I will jot that down for whatever you put it towards. Nier Automata. Or Nier Replicant, sorry. The other Nier. She raids Savage? Jeez Louise. Miniphilia. There you go. We'll call her Miniphilia. That'll help a little bit. And thank you, I drink from a ham, as always. Up top. If you know what you want to put that one towards, please let me know. I told you this place looks awesome once we get rid of the bloom. They are pretty wonky, I drink from a hive. It is true. There we are. Actually, having trouble saying here. Much as I would like to savor the reunion with Master Alphino and Mistress Alize, it must wait. I have taken the liberty of presenting our gifts unto the Pixies. Yes, speaking of which. When you have a moment, be sure to show your appreciation to the twins. They've endured a great deal on our behalf. Yeah, what are you two been up to, kiddos? You could have returned at a better time. The Pixies had just decided it would be amusing to have us exchange outfits. The gods, I arrived too late. Any later, I don't think I would have been able to live it down. Oh my god. I Dare not ask what happened in our absence. No, we're good here. We're cool. We're expecting you back so soon. We'd barely begun playing with the twins. That said, your gifts are wonderful. Let me tell you, the milk and honey biscuits won't last a day, and the wings are the loveliest we've seen. You've done us great kindness, and it is fate custom to return the gesture. Well, there's one thing we wouldn't mind having from you. Just the one. I knew it. I drink from a ham. You too could eat ham and drink from it at the same time! So what does he desire? Rusty old coins like you mortals are wont to collect? No. We are resolved to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we desire entry into this place. A strange thing to wish for. You might as well wish for death. But if that's what you want, who would argue? Okay. Bye. They want to die. You've clearly been busy, Urianger. Would you mind telling us what we missed? Well, I have a light aura sight now, which is actually extremely important. Please remember that it's there. So that was the purpose of the gifts. Is there anything you can tell us about this Light Warden? Aye. By a circumstance most tragic, the Light Warden of this land is the king and ruler, Titania. It's not always so, of course. Our king fought the first Light Warden that threatened our home, fought it and won. But all that horrible light went out and corrupted them, turning them into the new Light Warden. Now their king only in name, not remains of the wise and just ruler that used to be. We had no choice but to seal them in the castle. The magic for breaking the seal we divided in 4 and wove into a different relic, to be kept apart until time was right. And this dress is one of them. It's been in our safekeeping for years and years, but we've decided to entrust it to you. Are you sure? Of course, custom demands it. Although you're certainly going to your deaths, we thought you should at least try. That way we get to watch what happens. Of course, you can't break the seal unless you have the other relics, too. The shell crown is with the Fuath, the stone scepter with the Nua Muao, and the crystal shoes are with the Amaro. Good luck. The facts thus disclosed confirm mine own understanding. Our quest lieth now before us. First, let us hie to the lake and do the dungeon. I don't know. What class do you think I should do the dungeon as? It's a weird question. Actually, no. I just realized something really horrible. I may actually need a group for this dungeon. We'll see in just a few minutes here. You know what's funny is I'm rather fond of pork, and yet I can't stand pork chop. Maybe it's just the particular cut of the meat. I don't know. We'll see in a second, Maverick. But see, I haven't leveled my trust people. Hearken me, spirits of the water. We are come with an entreaty. Not in a talkative mood, apparently. Not sure how the game works, exactly. I could do avatar mode, but at that point, why bother? I might as well just do it with people, because the only real reason to show off the leveling mode is to level them. To see what kind of that is, to see if that negative that we gave still stands firm. It's okay, Von Falkenstein. We'll always have... What do we agree on? What about you, Urianger? I don't think I've ever asked. Star Trek! Rather than swim, maybe it'd be more expeditious to walk on the surface by means of magic. Yeah, by the way, Urianger can't swim. You too, Urianger, that you should be a kindred spirit. Right now, my friend. I know some helpful tricks. I shall be more than happy to share them with you. Together we will conquer the waves. Well, well, aren't you a lively lot? And you have an entreaty for us, you say? An entreaty from mortals, what a trait. Boy, my comrades and I are on a quest to vanquish the Light Warden. To that end, we would humbly beg the loan of the Shell Crown, for which we are given to understand is in the safekeeping of your people. Oh, that all? Of course, you may have it. You shall have it. Just like that. What do you want from us? Oh, ho, ho. No need to be so suspicious. The crown simply doesn't mean much to us, is all. As a matter of fact, nothing means much to us. For we Fuath, it's over before it's begun. We couldn't care much less what becomes of the Fairy King, nor the world, for that matter. Having said that, we do so seldom have mortal visitors, and it would seem a shame not to make the most of you. Unfortunately, no, it's one of the biggest flaws of the trust system, is it is solo only. If this was Tor, yeah, we'd be sad, you know? That's one of the reasons. It's not a... I've thought about this long and hard, by the way. I guess we'll talk about this in a second. Hang on. Touch the untouchable gate, and enter into our domain, Don Meg. In your tongue it means forbidden realm. Sounds forbidden, yes? And so it should, for we are one with the water, our home wrought of ripples and waves and currents. Find your way through, give us a thrilling sport, and we'll give you a crown. Yeah, the Fuath are more traditionally malevolent of these jackasses. So, okay, I want to talk about the trust system briefly. This is a good time to go and sit and discuss it here. As soon as I find it, you can tell I do it a lot. So here's the trust system, okay? Ignore that. Ignore that. Hang on. There we go. Sorry. Interesting. Yeah, alright. Well, that's interesting. Alright, so let's talk about the trust system. Let's go ahead and get the positive out of the way first. The trust system is nice because of the fact that it allows people to play the game solo. Yeah, you notice the toggle isn't even there, by the way. Now let's talk about the negatives of the trust system. First of all, it is achingly slow, in my opinion. It makes dungeons just slog to a crawl. But more to the point, the trust system's biggest flaw is the one I just mentioned to Linnea. We can't group in the trust system. Now, to explain what I mean by that, let me use Tor, which is the perfect counterbalance because Tor does this awesomely. In Tor, you have a thing called the henchman, minion, whatever the hell it's actually called system. That's your companion. You can only have one out at a time, but that effectively means you are about 1.5 party members. But this also means you can go into a dungeon with 4, 3, 2, or, well, that's it, people. 4, 3, or 2. Because of the fact that 2 people can have both of their companions, or 3 people can go and one of them has a companion, or just 4 players can go. It's malleable exactly to the size of your particular party, and that's awesome. Because sometimes you're playing in a group with just 1 person, sometimes you're playing an MMO by yourself, and sometimes you're playing with 3. Speaking personally, my usual MMO setup is actually 3. Me, Gary, Pax. So having the kind of system in Tor is kind of amazing. Now... And yeah, Guild Wars 1 does this even better, but I'm leaving that off the table because Guild Wars 1 is in many ways a different animal. The point is, that kind of malleability and structure to that system is awesome. It allows you to be able to move through at whatever pace you want to, with whatever size of group you want to. Unfortunately, FF14 does not have that. This is my first question. Do you think this is the absence of a positive or the presence of a negative? Because this is very binary restrictive. Solo or full group, nothing in between. So me and Pax, we have to go pug. Period, the end. No other options. Now, I'm kind of leaning in agreement with what Chad is saying right now, the absence of a positive. Because, well, I was thinking about this this morning, actually, when I was prepping for the upcoming Trust Run, which apparently we're not even doing. And I was thinking about how this functions, and I feel like what would happen here is this gets no positives, whereas Tor's system probably gets multiple positives, not only for being something that's awesome, but also being as malleable as it is. And WoW gets nothing, because WoW doesn't have any kind of solo trust system at all. And to use the other example, and Guild Wars 2 doesn't have this kind of thing, and Guild Wars 1 would get all the positives, and so forth and so on. STO would have to talk about. STO has its own format for this kind of thing. I hope so too, USN Corp. But yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I do feel like this is step 2 in making this a functional system, if that makes sense, if that lines up. And it is my hope that they will continue to make steps, that this system will continue to improve. I mean, I've been showing, as we've been going through this pseudo-lore run, you can see how they've been prototyping and testing and improving it as we go. Now, so given that I can only do this system, which is irrelevant to me, that means that I am going to take USN Corp at their word, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to remove a gameplay negative for now. Actually, what I'm going to do is move the gameplay negative, but it's still going away for the time being. So let me talk about one other thing, and then I'm going to group up with Luneruth and Lilith, and we're going to do this in a group because screw the trust. So, if you have room, obviously, Luneruth. Having a so the trust itself is a positive. I'm pretty sure I've already given that. Yeah, it's right there. In fact, I've actually already given the trusts 2 positive, so there you are. Nevertheless, the biggest problem that trusts had, the biggest problem trusts used to have, and I need to not be a DPS, don't I? What do you need me as? I'll go as whatever. I'm ambivalent. Anyways, the biggest problem trusts used to have is they were grindy AF. So let me describe how it used to work, because I have a fair amount of experience. Oh, okay, you're tanking. Cool. And yeah, we could get Maverick, and I'll heal. How's that sound? Solidarity. I'll go Astra. Up to you, Luneruth. I'm ambivalent. So, dried aged meat? Why would you put that on burgers? Also, I've never had that on... Oh, you mean bacon? Dude, bacon belongs on burgers. The way it used to work is you'd do a dungeon, and then you'd complete the dungeon, and it would take forever. And I do mean it would take too damned long. I'm just going to stand by that. I'm going to go with Sage. There's no reason to take anything else. Go ahead and queue. I'm ready. So, that's whatever, you know. It's a decent system. But you go through the dungeon, and you finish it, and your party members would gain 1/3 of a level. Now, what this would mean is for the role you are currently playing, you have to do that dungeon 6 times to get them to the level where they can do the next dungeon. It was extraordinarily grindy because their leveling was slow as just molasses. My party members have literally never leveled past Holminster Switch because I gave up on it. Because it was such a time sink just to level them to get to the next one. Oh yeah, by the way, only those 3 that you brought with get experience. There's plenty more than 3 in your party, and if you want to switch roles, well, you may have several level 72 or 4 or whatever trust NPCs now, but if you switch roles, well, you got to bring in someone new who is now level 70. You see the problem with this? This is why I was hoping to test that. This is the only reason I was hoping to test this out, to be completely honest. Now, it's still a good system. Well, the point of leveling trust is you could do higher level dungeons so you can gain experience. Unless you want to just do Holminster Switch forever, because that's not going to be a lot of experience for someone trying to level to 80. Now, they did modify the trust system. They added something else. That's why that second positive is still there. I need to adjust the dialogue on it, but that is why that's still there. And I've been told they're back to being grindy and Endwalker several times. I might just take that on faith and save the time of doing it. We'll see. But I might try out one trust. We'll see. I have no idea. I haven't decided yet, because I don't know much about Endwalker. You get the point. But yeah, I mean, yes, Disco, but who cares? I don't understand your complaint. The point of trust is to level. The point of trust is to level your classes. To have another way to raise things. So, you know, you get max level on your Astrologian, you want to level your Paladin, to use a specific example. It's like, alright, well, my Paladin's level 70, so I'll go ahead and hit the Trust to level, except I haven't leveled them, so now my experience is garbage, because I'm stuck in Holminster Switch, and you see the problem. Frankly, as is, it's still not great. It's just not as bad. And I don't agree with that sentence, Lunaruth, but I suppose that's an arguable point. Why do the NPCs level? Because screw you. In all honesty, if you can figure out a reason behind that mentality, by all means share. Because what should happen is you should just be able to do it regardless of the levels of the NPCs. That would actually fix most of my complaints with the trust system like that. Just done. Gone. Just remove NPC levels. We're good. But here we are. You can in scenario mode, which is the only reason this isn't getting more negatives. I feel like I've already said this even recently. This is kind of cool. Whimsical? There's actually a term for this. It's not orchestral. I mean, it is orchestral. But there's a term for this. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, it's like... This is shrine music, is what this is. No, you're fine, Uis and Cora. It's just... Like, do you get why I kind of at the whole trust system? Because it has no purpose in existing for me personally, and I disagree with a lot of its purposes in existing professionally. And yeah, I'm kind of with Reggie on this one. Making it so that people can gain experience is not a new... Regardless of being outside the party, has been a concept since Chrono Trigger on the SNES. Now, all that being said, the reason trusts are still a positive, and they are, is because of exactly what Lunaruth has actually already seen. While you're going through the story, not leveling, not trying to advance, not trying to do anything, but while you're going through the story... And if you don't feel like sitting in the queue, you can just do a trust. That is a good usage. That is a positive. Absolutely. No argument there. It's weird having these abilities at this level. Stop taking damage. God! Killing me here. Well, I guess you're killing you here. Yeah, no, I agree, Von Falkenstein. Several of my issues with this would be gone if you just made their level your level, which I know the scenario mode kind of does. And there you go, boom. I will freely admit, and I've already kind of mentioned this, so we talked earlier about how my fix for the Ranjit crap earlier would be a very, very easy fix. The fix I would put into place for the trust system would be a very, very difficult fix, and I acknowledge that. It would be a lot of work to do what I would want to do with that. They single target, and they're not very good DPS, and they will not DPS at all while they're avoiding mechanics. So, in short, the overall damage output of the entire group is substantially lower in trusts. Like, it only ends up being like 15 to 20 minutes slower, but 15 to 20 minutes slower is quite a bit slower, in my opinion. But anyways, so the fix I would pick, you know, the allowing it so that multiple players could mix and match between trusts and people, I'm going to just be completely honest, that would be kind of hard to implement. I think it's possible. I've actually put a lot of thought into this, and I do think it's available based on what we understand of the system. But that is an ignorant perspective, and I'm not actually sure if it's true or not. But either way, even if it's possible, that's going to be a lot of work. You know what I mean? Okay, well, apparently nowadays it's closer to 10 minutes. It used to be slower. What do you want from me? Who knows? Maybe I'm just really, really terrible as a healer. I got nothing. Yes, it is much worse. The trusts are worse than the Tor comps pretty much across the board. It's not even close. I mean, frankly, these are worse than the heroes are over in Guild Wars 1, which is a substantially older game. But those are very much a different function, a different system, and it's not really fair to compare those like that. So I'll be nice about that. By the way, you can tell which ones are about to erupt, which are the ones that are not. It's like, this one's not about to erupt, but that one is. The ones that are brighter and more watery are the ones that are about to erupt. That's actually pretty much the whole fight right there. It's a pay attention check. Squadrons are much worse than trusts. God, speaking of someone who got every class to 50 in squadrons, squadrons are much worse than trusts. Squadrons are just terrible. Squadrons are kind of like henchmen, to go back to the Guild Wars 1 comparison. Probably based on the same system, even. So, the way I would explain it is squadrons do hit harder, and you're absolutely right. Percentage-wise, squadrons do more DPS. The problem is squadrons are what I would call dumb AI. There's no thought. There's no if-then. Come on. There's no nothing. Target nearest, attack, also heal occasionally. Yeah, they don't follow mechanics. They don't do anything. And yeah, you have to babysit the crap out of it. It kind of depends on the dungeon, of course, because it's all ARR stuff. But in some of those dungeons, you have to babysit them, and if anything happens to you, the whole group wipes, of course, which can be problematic in several circumstances, depending on what class you happen to be leveling. So, I still say squadrons are worse, despite Blade Travol's statement, which is accurate. Yeah, some squadron dungeons are literally broken. That is absolutely a true statement. Some squadron dungeons are just best avoided. Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my wasp nest. How very clumsy of me. Well, I also admittedly have really bad memories of squadrons, so that's tainting my opinion there, Blade Travel, since I leveled every class to 50 in squadrons. All of them. And by all of them, I mean all of them prior to when I quit the game, so none of the Shadow classes, none of the Endwalker classes, obviously. Who's looting? God! I don't know, I'm just clarifying my statement. I should probably answer some questions while we're here, since we're just kind of chilling. Tim had a question like several days ago. A boss fight, whoop, that involves me standing in something, because I'm alt-tabbed. A boss fight that's at least 2 negatives to story, but is a net positive in gameplay. I feel like that should be an easy question, but I'm actually coming up with nothing. Help me out, everyone. What's a bad boss story-wise that's a great boss gameplay-wise that isn't the Nier raids? Or the Evilise raids? Or the Lunaruth raids? Wait, you're a raid in this game, Lunaruth? Holy crap! Kai Lang in Mass Effect 3? I'd have to think about that. Because his final fight is an actual fight, I think. But I don't remember. But I do remember several examples of him being a total terrible fight, and negatives to gameplay prior to that. Cough, cough, Thessia. But actually, yeah, no, Bragwin has a really good pick. The Jailer. Now, I haven't fought the Jailer yet, but I almost guarantee you the Jailer's going to be a good fight. Because it's a WoW boss fight. The last time WoW put out a bad boss fight was in Cataclysm. They almost don't even get credit for it anymore, you know what I mean? It's like, yep, it's a boss fight that's awesome in WoW. Uh-huh. Water continues to be wet. The spine of Deathwing, Regibrock. So there you go. I think I'm going to stick with Bragwin's answer. The Jailer. The spine of Deathwing is just an awful fight. We'll discuss it when we get there. It's just... Anyways, next question. Third most visually impressive boss fight that sucked mechanically. So we know what the first one is. That's Thornton. But third... Oh, I remember this fight. This is actually a fun one. The last one was pretty dull. It was just avoid the water spouts. This one is get in the fields. This real quick. Yep, that's right. Swinge has returned. Although, at least we get a telegraph for it this time. Speaking of squadrons... Pop this out. I'll take this one. Sir, it's actually kind of a cool mechanic. Everyone who gets that gets a buff. The growth buff. If you let too many get on the boss, well, the boss gets ridiculous. I've seen that happen before. I've seen this boss get like 5 or 6 stacks and just start absolutely obliterating everything. Or maybe it's like the stacks resolve into a mega buff. I forget what exactly happens, but I've seen it happen. Usually in pugs, because most pugs don't actually get in the way of the beams. I used to get a lot of the shadow dungeons a lot in the roulette. I haven't in a while. Not sure why. Whoop, whoop. Good thing about this particular root thing, you can actually kill your own roots. Nice little touch. Whoop, hello. I'll switch over here so that Lunera doesn't have to worry about it. Probably ready. Listen, my Gunbreaker... Yeah, I remember that too. I don't usually gear up as I level. That's still true. I haven't stopped doing that. All my 80s who are in the process to 90 have level 80 gear on. In fact, most of my 90s have level 80 gear on. I haven't actually changed that policy, and I probably never will. Boop. Whoops, wrong button. Actually, I'll get this one. Sorry, Lunaruth. I thought I was far enough to the right. Oh, bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was just way under what would eventually be the minimum eye level for this place. And yeah, there's the fully grown buff. Probably need to kill this guy in his stupid, ugly face. Yeah, I literally can't get level 90 gear yet without hitting the auction house, obviously. Which is, yeah, that is what it is. Fast and large. My bones! My bones! Fun fight, though. I like it. Simple but fun. But if memory serves, the next fight's the really good one. Anyways, questions. Third most... I don't know. Third most, you know what? Third most visually impressive boss fight that sucks mechanically. Spine of Deathpoint. Let's see. Which FF14 class do you think is overly complicated? Which one do you think is overly simplistic? Ooh, that's a trick question right there. That's a trap. I'm going to ask the chat that question. I'm not going to answer it myself. What do you think is the most overly complicated and overly simplistic classes in this game? Now, I actually do have my answer for overly simplistic because I've given it a negative every single expansion so far. Paladin. I'm going down the list. Sorry, Zach, I haven't gotten to it yet. I'll skip ahead. I'll skip ahead after this one. Overly complicated. Astro. I love Astro too. You know me. Astro's the bomb. I've mained Astro for years. Sage has been slowly surpassing it in my book. Honestly, I love Sage, but yeah, Astro is too complex. I will admit that. I've said it before and I've said it again. They need to do something with the card system, and I'm not even sure what. Let's bubble out. This. No, Blue Mage isn't too complicated. Blue Mage is too boring. Also, I don't think it counts because you can't do 90% of the content of the game with a Blue Mage. So, as far as I'm concerned, Blue Mage isn't a class. It's a minigame. But it's a good minigame in its own right. I've given it positives. But it's a minigame, not a class. It's one of the reasons why anytime they say, we should add a new limited job to the game, I kind of just wince a little bit, like, okay. Yeah, sure, that's a great idea. Alright, time to let, I think it's Omega Legion? Come on, game. Am I lagging or something? Good lord. Way too long to cast that. Now, actually, I was thinking about that. There's a lot of things they could do to improve the limited job situation, and one thing is add a limited job roulette. Now, actually, if you're paying attention, you're probably thinking, I don't know, that seems weird, Lord. Yeah, it's probably because we need multiple limited job roulettes, just that are kind of similar to the existing roulettes. It's just there for limited jobs instead of, you know, not. And then if you add multiple limited jobs who can all do the limited job roulette, you start to see how the plan comes into fruition here. And remember, this kind of ties into the whole playground concept. We don't need to care about balance when it comes to limited jobs because they only go and play in the playground so they can do their own thing and yada yada yada. So I do think that's a workable scenario. I don't know if they're going that way with it. I have no idea if they even have plans for that. It's just something I've considered. That is true, Regibrock. I don't think it's an ideal situation, but then again, they haven't even fixed the reducing your item level in order to get lower level queues problem, which, as we've talked about, there's lots of ways around that. So, which is, by the way, another thing I would totally fix in this game, because it totally needs a fix. Speaking as someone who has abused that system, I will admit it. When I was leveling in preparation for this run, I was in a freaking hurry, and so I lowered the item level of several of my classes while leveling them to speed it the hell up. Guilty as charged. But I do still think that system shouldn't even be available. And I would have much rather queued normally, gotten an Evil East raid, and gotten 5 times the experience for doing the Evil East raid, than burn my face onto the Crystal Tower for the 15th time, you know? My opinion. So this boss, I'm not going to say anything about this boss, because this is Lunarith's first time on this boss. I like this fight, though. nice eyelashes. Come on, frog. Yeah, that is a good fight. I like this fight. Questions, right? I said I'd skip up Zach Teff's question, which is, I don't even see. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Do you think it's over the top? Jill and Wesker become Diet Captain Americas? No, I don't think that's over the top. I actually have no issues with that one way or another. It's Resident Evil. Resident Evil's always... Whoop! Hello. Resident Evil's always been a little bit silly and a little bit ridiculous, and frankly, I'm cool with that. Now, that might be a little bit too under the top. I'm a frog now, because I was getting in position to heal. So that's on me. There we go. Don't worry, I won't rescue anybody. Nobody's paid me to assassinate anybody today. Although, if anybody wants to hire me to assassinate someone, well, this is the time. I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall, I'm gonna fall. Huh. No, yeah. That's okay. I accept that. That's okay. You got this. You got this. Alright, here we go. Here's why that didn't stop me, though. Oh, that... Wow, I've actually never fallen twice on this one before. That's impressive. Yeah, I'm gonna test that, actually. Hang on. No, I don't think I can. I can't use abilities right now. Yeah. But that's not money, Pyro. Why did I fall that second time? I know why I fell the first time. That's my fault, and I knew it was coming anyways. I was being stupid. There we go. Can I rescue her? Well, sorry, that went off late. My bad. So, you want to hear why I fell the first time, Rax? And why I didn't fall the third time? I fell the first time because I wasn't using auto-run. I made it the third time because I was using auto-run. I'm not making that up. The first time, I was mouse moving like this. See? Third time I just did auto run. I was fine. It's too built into me. I've been using auto run as the movement thing since 1998. How old were you in 1998? You don't have to answer that question out loud. I just want you to think about how much muscle memory is built up over how many decades for me using auto run to move. Yeah, I use auto run. So. In 3.5, I don't think I have a favorite class, but I'm gonna go with fighter. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, you're boring. No, I am multifaceted. The whole point of fighter is feats. It is the pick your class. It is the customization class, and I love it. Yeah, not 1988. Kind of games I was playing in which auto-run existed didn't exist back then, so, you know. Class in 5e? I've only played one class in 5e, and I can't say monk. So here's my answer to you, Blade Travel. Actually, I'm a little disappointed by monk in 5e. It's good at a lot of things, but one of the things it's not really great at is putting out numbers. I don't do as much damage as I'd like to. Ironically, I'm also not as good of a tank as I'd like to. Grats, Linerith. I know what you're thinking. How can Monk do more damage? Well, it could be a 3.5 Monk. Foul Poverty, anybody? Exalted Monk? God, that was such a wonderful build. I loved that so much. Right. Before I do this, hang on. This. Who's your favorite primal? Do I like any of the primals? Someone in chat, what's your favorite primal in this game? Nothing in Endwalker. I was leaning towards Alexander, but that feels like a cheat. Ravana. What's the Revel, the Lord of Revel? Because that's another one for me. Shiva's cheating. I'm not going to pick... I literally think Shiva's cheating. Susano. So... I don't know. Alexander and Susano are both pretty awesome for me. Alright, I should change outfits. Oh, I can't! Ah, it's fine. I don't need it. I'm cool. Favorite edition of D&D? 5th. It is substantially better constructed than every previous edition. Like, objectively. Tsukiyomi is pretty awesome, too, admittedly.
Well fought!
Shiva only counts if you... The question was, what's your favorite trial fight? Which obviously opens it up a little bit, you know.
Jolly good show.
Interestingly enough, we're about to do one of my favorite trial fights.
You do not hold back.
Speaking of which, I'm going to need recruits in probably about 40, 30-ish minutes, something like that, for Dancing Plague.
No other way. Seldom have I enjoyed such sport.
We have satisfied thy demands. Wilt thou now satisfy ours?
Of course. Of course. There it is. The relic you seek. Yours for the taking. Have care you do not break it, though, yes.
You've got a bit. We've got... It's 5 quests, and you know how long quests are in this frickin' expansion.
Ah, but you, my friend, you are mighty indeed, and pleasing to the eye besides.
Thanks?
More! I want to see more of him!
Yes! Yes! I could watch him forever!
Why don't we just make him one of us? Yes! One of us!
One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us! One of us!
What a fine idea! Why ever didn't I think of that? You may have the crown, but in exchange, we will have you!
They... Ah, gotcha, Omega Legion. I was wondering what you were referencing.
Wake up! Wake up, damn you!
Ah, you're alive. Thank the gods. I don't know where you learned to breathe underwater, but it's lucky you can.
Yeah, you thought I was joking when I mentioned that our blessing to breathe underwater and function underwater was going to come back.
I'm sure you had your reasons. But the first rule of dealing with the Froth is do not deal with the Froth.
It's not, that's not even a joke. That's not a Fight Club joke. That really is how you don't deal with the Froth. By the way, I could be wrong. Please feel free to jump in and tell me how stupid I am. But I'm pretty sure the Froth are specifically the, you know how the Pixies are children? The Froth are the drowned. So that's why they try to drown us to death, to make us one of them.
It's said that they are born from the souls of the drowned. Were it not for your little trick, you'd have joined them.
Never frigging mind. Thanks, Ardbert. And thank you, Sean, very much. I'll put that towards Shantae and Shantae.
Your friends are safely back on dry land, in case you were wondering. They'll be searching for you, I expect. That's the royal capital of the Kingdom of Verbert down there. It's seen better days. They were a stubborn lot, the Verbertites. Set in their ways. But once you got to know them, you couldn't find a more welcoming people. It always froze over in winter, being up in the mountains. So we'd pull up our chairs round the fire and trade tales over steaming bowls of lamb stew, while the street lamps burned hot and bright outside. All dead and buried now. Them and anyone else who might remember. Everything we did. Everything we gave. What was it for? I wonder. I hope you'll have a better answer than this when all's said and done.
And yeah, if it wasn't obvious, Vobert was the Ishgard equivalent. I don't want to say parallel, that's implying too many connections. Their version of what became Ishgard. As I've said before, there's a strong theory that is mostly fictional, because we can't prove it in real life, that there's patterns in history. And so something like Ishgard happened in both areas. The biggest difference, of course, being that our Ishgard had aliens and their Ishgard did not. I actually agree with that, Omega Legion. I don't... How do I phrase this? I think the phrase is, I sympathize but do not empathize with that mentality. Because I'm a massive extrovert. So I don't really have much of an issue, you know, trying out a new class in a dungeon for the first time. But I absolutely have heard many people praise the trust system because I don't have to freak out. I can try out a new class and not worry about dragging the group down. Or I can try out a new healer and not worry about not keeping up with the group, etc., right? Now, it's worth noting, I've also had literally 20 plus years of MMO experience, so I'm pretty sure I had the same problems 20 years ago, you know what I mean? Hell, I myself had the rule for the longest time that I wouldn't tank for stuff unless I knew the healer. Although that's more because I don't trust most healers in most MMOs, but, you know. So I get it. Oh, right, let's switch back to being... There we go. I stand by the two positives for the trust system. I just wish it were more, you know what I mean? I do trust you to heal, US and Corp. Even when you're disconnecting, you still keep us up somehow. That's pretty impressive. Going back in. My lady, exhausted as thou art, thou wouldst only endanger thyself. I prithee, rest a moment. There's nothing where we looked. Yeah, I don't... Let me share an old bit of wisdom. Old bit of wisdom. Newbies are a rare and precious resource. You should treasure them and guide them so that they stop becoming noobs. You shouldn't sit there and mock and deride and gatekeep. The same thing applies to people with tankxiety and healxiety. That's why I say I sympathize, but I don't empathize, because I don't understand personally. I don't feel the same way. But I still sympathize because I still care, right? And this also ties into one of the reasons why I try to be better about using the term garbage. If you've ever heard me use that phrase, I try not to overuse it, and I fail at it sometimes. But the point is, if I say something is garbage, then there's no salvation for it. The whole point, if I say something is garbage, it's rotten to its core. By contrast, someone who has issues or is problematic or whatever might be someone who can improve, right? If I call someone a garbage tank, I frickin' mean it. But if I call someone a noob tank, well, it's just because they're not sure how to tank yet. They're still trying to get used to it. I wish Mr. Red was here, because I'd use him as an example. He's been trying to get better at tanking for some time now. And he still has a way to go. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But he has been improving. He is not garbage. He's not a garbage tank. I've seen garbage tanks. I've been playing MMOs for a while. I'm sure most of you have seen a garbage tank, or a garbage healer, or a garbage DPS. Like those two idiots in Baelsar's wall. God, that was terrible. Anyway, sorry. You get my point. Even those two people I wouldn't call garbage, because I don't know them. I don't know what was going on with them. So, were it not for Sorbonne's blessing. Yep, nope. Cool. But I need not labor the point. I'm glad to see you safe and well, my friend. Have you any idea how worried we were to wash up at the shore only to find you weren't with us? Oh, I'm forgetting. Here's your crown, your majesty. The Fourth kept that part of the bargain, at least. Thanks. Well, there are certain twists and turns our work here has done. With everyone none the worse for wetness. Suluin, is something amiss? It's funny you say that, Pyro. Me and my sister and one of my girlfriends even all had the same general approach to this. And it was funny because, you know, I'd usually be in like a private Ventrilo channel with just my sister, for example. And so she's just yelling like, "Oh God, you stupid moron! Get out of the freaking fight!" And she's just going full tilt. None of that gets out into the game in exactly the same way you're talking about it. We don't let that part of aggravation get out into the game. It's just something that we're venting about, you know, out of the game. So anyways, there's a bunch of people showing up with weapons. There are enemies. Can we play with them? As much as you like. If Alphino's coming, Alize will too. Yes, can't have one without the other. That's... okay. We're not playmates this time. Okay, just leave the relic in your hands. I mean, it would have always fallen to me, so I got this. Perhaps, but I'd feel safer if you were out there to assist you. Back to cheering from afar. See you around, friend. I mean, we all know Ranjit would be able to defeat Xenos in a one-on-one fight because he's a threat of the weak, and that's how that works. I mean, yeah, this is extraordinarily stupid that gameplay negative is here. Like, what the hell was he thinking? But whatever. So, with our enemies fast approaching, time is of the essence. We must accomplish our mission, blah, 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 blah. Let's go talk to the new Mao. The dogs. Yeah, Wharf Effect. Run. You missed it earlier, Rax. I had a whole rant about everything wrong with Ranjit. But it really does boil down to the very simple fact that he is a threat of the weak. And I mean that in the trope sense. Straight out of the worst episode of Star Trek. Just... wow. And it's so easy to fix, too. Anyways, whatever. Go watch the VOD. I give a whole rant about it. Like, I sat and stopped for like 20 minutes so Lunarith could catch up. I mean, so I could rant about him. Is that... okay. Gonna ignore that. Yeah, I love, by the way, the whole explanation, because you caught it earlier, right? The explanation for Gameplay Negative's whole power level. He's an experienced general. That's it. It's one line of dialogue that I think I missed last time. If the path striketh thee as precipitous, 'tis because it was once a mountain trail. For where the lake now lieth, there was a valley, in whose midst thrived the city of Vover. 'Twas only when the Fuath came in the wake of the flood that the settlement was drowned. We stand now upon the former outskirts, grazing lands where shepherds once tended flock. One cannot help but feel a pang of loss when faced with such spectacle. One can scarcely blame the Fey folk for so altering the land. The blame for that lieth entirely with the Light, a force terrible enough to bring an entire civilization to its knees, an entire world. That it should have been allowed to rise up unchecked is the greater regret. Yet in spite of all the tragedy which surroundeth me, full glad am I for the chance to be here. 'Twas these hands which brought forth the warriors of darkness and Menphilia, lest thou forget. Therefore, even were there no 8th umbral calamity to forestall, it seemeth only right that I strive to deliver the first from its doom. Only right, I say, though such words ill convey the strength of my resolve. In truth, I can no more ignore the plight of this world than I can choose to stop breathing, and thus do I labor. For those we have lost, and for those we can yet save. Stop quoting Oshafon. The coming struggle promiseth to test us to our limits, but so long as we stand together, I doubt not we shall prevail. As the shadow overtakes us here. Mortals, just as we thought. What's up? Hast thou business with us? Business? Nothing so boring. We smelled you coming. We thought we'd come to play. They do not appear to be Pixies of Leader Ron. Mine apologies, we are in some haste. Mayhap another day. Oh, in some haste, allow me to hasten you on your way. It's okay, I can fly around, Jay. There's probably room in my Magic armor for you. Teleportation magic. For a mercy, we're not sent far from course. Should the Pixies find us again, they will most assuredly repeat the track. We have not the time to waste. Let us avail ourselves of an enchantment I learned. Fey Cloak, 'tis called. A most ingenious magic which rendereth one invisible to Fey folk, albeit briefly. So I'll go ahead and admit something in response to what Pyro's talking about. You want to hear my greatest shame as a raid leader, as a manager of any type, shape, or form? I'm actually legitimately embarrassed to even admit this. Can I mount while doing this? Nope. Ah! Damn it! We were raiding Karazhan. And when we're having issues with a particular boss fight, it doesn't even matter which one. I can tell you the one, but it doesn't matter. And we had just... Damn it, Lunarith! My one weakness. And we were just having so many problems with this fight. And it was, let's be honest with ourselves, it was stupid. It was people not paying attention, and it was people not trying. And I lost my temper. I lost my temper on... TeamSpeak, I think it was at the time. It was Ventrilo or TeamSpeak, it was a while ago. And I actually blurted out for a minute, and several people rightly called me out on that. And to this very day, I feel embarrassed about about actually venting out loud to the raid, because you don't do that. You don't lose control like that. And that's pretty much the biggest reason why I never did that again. Because I learned the hard way how to be a bad raid leader. So you're right behind us. What took you so long, Faye? I see. That's a valid excuse. You are hereby forgiven. In other news, the new Mao lie beyond here will enter as soon as Urianger deigns to join us. This place does not deserve this song. Oh god, Uison Corp. Yeah. I never want to run a 10-man or a 25-man or a 40-man ever again in my life, and I have run all of those. Mortals. Mortals! Lots of them! So these are dogs. I don't actually mean that as a negative. They said the new Mao were Ban's best friends. The poor thing was beside itself with fear. It was beside itself, perhaps, but not with fear. Unacceptable. Unacceptable to have so many mortals appear at once. It takes more excitement than we can bear. When I say they're dogs, by the way, let me be very clear. I do not mean that as an insult. Pray forgive the brevity. Time is against us. We are to come to borrow the stone scepter of the new Mao. Then you are meant to lift the seal over Li Gai. Yeah. It's our goal. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. If the king is set free, none will be safe. Unlike our Fey cousins, we new Mao have called this land home since time immemorial. Leaving is unthinkable. Thus did many of us lay down our lives to seal away our king when they were corrupted by light. If you do as our ask, our sacrifice would have been in vain. I mean, just hand over the... Yeah, no, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Trust me. Easily said as one who hasn't experienced the king's wrath. Trust me. Everything will be fine. Honored Elder, pray believe me when I say this man is possessed not only of the strength required to vanquish the king, but of something still more valuable, a means to resist resultant corruption. Indeed, he hath already laid low the Light Warden of Lakeland, all without succumbing to the influence of light. He is a stranger to this land, 'tis true, but harboureth the self-same desire to see the Sin Eaters unlimited as we do. Wilt thou not lend thy hand, that we might see thy beloved home restored to its former glory? You always done right by us. If you placed your faith in this man, then so shall we. As you say, we want nothing more than to be rid of the Sin Eaters. Be that as it may, this is not decision to be made lightly. It will require time. A turn of the moon, perhaps. We don't have a turn of the moon unless we want to debate this with the Ylmorian army. Elder, given all that is at stake, I cannot well accept thee simply roll over and acquiesce to our request. But, even now, a powerful foe draweth near, and I fear I must beseech thee to hasten thy deliberations, that thou mightest fetch us the scepter while we are still time to use it. Roll over, fetch? Ah! Oh, full well that not gives us greater pleasure than to render aid to men. You know full well, yet you speak the words of power regardless. It's unfair! It's unfair, I tell you! In happier times it was our honor to assist mortals in need and receive rewards befitting our deeds. Since the kingdom of Obert fell, however, we've been starved of man's patronage. After so many years of deprivations, it's difficult to ignore such an earnest entreaty. Fetch! Very well. I promise you as swift an answer as I may. In return, will you stay here and bestow upon us your patronage? Now, this sounds kind of bad, but please remember, these are dogs. And dogs legitimately enjoy being part of the pack and helping and serving and doing whatever that makes us happy. That's a thing. So, it makes a degree of sense that they would have this kind of culture and structure and mindset and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'll do all your side quests. I finished them up this morning. That's obviously Blade Triple. There have to be scritches. There have to be doggy treats. Very important. One of the side quests in here is literally one of these new Mao tricking us into letting it help us. One 1,182, 1,000... Oh, wait, did I already count that leaf? Hey, what's up? Immortal! Well met. Yes, well met indeed. Have all your old and tired arms and armor that are threatening to fall apart at critical junctures? If you answered yes, you've come to the right Numao. I will restore your equipment to pristine condition in payment for a pair of moss fungus legs. You'll never catch me, Linnea. Actually, you probably will, and we'll be able to do the raid together. Speaking of which, we are going to need 6 more people, and we're not super far out from that. We're a little bit. Although maybe not if Linnea doesn't hurry. Come on! Shh. Anyways, would I say Titania is the second strongest Light Warden? I get why you're saying that, so I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. Absolutely. Titania is... Yeah, they're... yeah. You got a little bit. What are we on? We're on fitting payment. Where are we at? Where are we at? We are still 5 quests away because Shadowbringers quest. God, I love Reaper. I mean, I like a lot of classes in this game, but Reaper, especially 80 Reaper, is just fun. Yeah, I'm probably going to order Chinese again today. Any suggestions? Listen, I'm not applying the debuff on trash. It would only speed up the... Wait. It's okay, you can warp back in, Linnea. You did attune to the crystal, right? I should have done that, but I forgot until I said it out loud. Because I'm stupid. The tools of my trade, lest you wonder, we use to polish metal and leather akin to a lustrous sheen. I must replenish my stores. How many fungus legs will I give? 3! 3, but I asked for 2. No, that wasn't the agreement. You doubt I'll fulfill the work for 2 fungus legs. You tempt me with another. You may as well call me a grasping mutt and spit in my eye. Well, if you think it'd be a bad Numao, then I'm a bad Numao. I will be. Oh, yes. I'll make a fine mess of everything you're wearing. I'll rip it to shreds. Wait. There are 2 legs here. Ugh, don't tease us so. In my agitation, I could have done much worse than simply snap at you. You see, for there to be honor in a task, we must receive precisely what it's worth. Too little means you belittle our ability. Too much means you question our integrity. You've given me fitting payment, so my services are at your disposal. I shall begin by inspecting your equipment. Okay, here's a scythe. Yeah, I just tried to overpay a dwarf. I see. Though I must ask for a small fee for materials. I'm pleased to say that all your arms and armor may be restored. If you mean to change them in the near future, no need to hurry. My first repair is complimentary. Here's the coin with which you may pay me when you desire to have work done. Many thanks for your patronage. Oh god, that would actually be kind of messed up, Reggie. Like that, yeah. That would cause problems. To have so many men visit at once, it's a joyous day indeed. If it please you, please give me your patronage. As your patron, I ask that you remove the noxious mushrooms. Flame spores. We would tend to them with magics, except they leave a harmful ash. We have no choice but to pluck them one at a time. If you're curious what I have to offer, well, I give you choice items of stuff that you can buy at my store that I am. It's a shop. Where is this stupid thing? Is it behind the tree house thing? There you are. This is probably a good time to read some questions. That's a good point. Let's see. Scrolling down. How do monsters survive in the burn? You know, I actually have no idea. Next question. Oh, that's Evo's question. I already answered Evo's question, actually. She asked where I would visit first if I could visit anywhere in the world. At, you know, if I hit it big, if I conquer the planet, it's like, all right, time to go do my world tour, the food tour, the food lore tour, the lore food tour. Help me out. Help me workshop this. The food tour of lore? The walker tour of food? I can't name things today. Or any day, really. There they are. Anyways, I already answered that. Japan. I hate to go with the generic answer, but god damn it. It's a food tour. Of course I'd go to frickety Japan. Lord Durves on the road. I kind of like that. That is admittedly what I assumed too, Omega Legion, but I was going to mention something. Yeah, of course I go to Japan. I've been to Mexico. Real answer. Azeroth! And yeah, Mexico doesn't have Dongo, which I haven't had yet. My big in Japan. I don't think I have a single Japanese viewer. I have a decent number of Eastern European viewers and British viewers. And the rest are all in the States and Canada. And that's my demographics as of last check, which was admittedly a few months ago. Like, I have a few individuals all over the place, but those are the big numbers. Those are the big percents. Don't look at me. It's because I speak English. I'm sorry. Ooh, I'll have one Irish viewer. I'm pretty sure I have at least 2 Scottish viewers. Although I'm counting that as part of the British Isles bundle. I know. Ireland isn't Britain. You get my point. Ah, yep, there's Belgium. Got a little bit of a spread over there. I'm telling you, I've got a weirdly large amount of European viewers. I say Eastern Europe so generically because it's more like there's like 3% here and 4% here and 5% here and 6% here and 1% here and 2% here. It's just all over the place. And it is almost entire. So I guess I should clarify because I'm using my terminology wrong. When I say Eastern European, like I have almost no French viewers, no Spanish viewers, no Portuguese viewers. I've got one Portuguese person I know of and one French person I know of. Nobody in Italy, none of that. It's all Germany and eastward. Excellent, no more poisonous spores. Yay. Yep, there's Israel. Yep. And I do have at least one Mexican viewer. Yep, I've got several in South America, too. At least one in Brazil. Yep, you're my French person, Dream Whisperer. Sorry, I should probably be reading this out loud. Sorry, hang on. Rewind. Oh dear, I'm getting sentimental. Having a patron reminds me of the old days. Fair every day. I would carry my wares to the castle to offer in exchange for men's patronage. Back then, the castle wasn't called Ligue. It was the Voberites built it, and they called it Gurnes Licht. It was their last bastion of the struggles against the Sin Eaters, and now they're all gone. Nobles and knights and common folk alike. But enough reminiscing. I must give you what you've earned. If you desire anything else, I'd be happy to offer them. For a fair price, of course. Now, anyone else's patronage? Well, Twitch and YouTube both do Canada Banks. Obviously, that means it's not necessarily 100% accurate information, but it's what I got. And yeah, if I was to be 100% clear, I don't have many Western European viewers, not counting the English British Isles, but I do have several Central and Eastern European viewers. You would be my patron? Uh-huh. I can't do anything for you. The lawless ones took my visible ink, and without it I can't make my arcane wares. Who are the lawless ones? They're Numao like us, but they've turned their back on values. Curs without owners. They are bad dogs. Excuse me, Laura. I couldn't help it over here. Can I accompany you? Yeah, sure. Midphilia. God, that's like the 4th time I've got myself on that. You're welcome to join us, Miniphilia. Listen, we don't bring up Brexit here. I'm going to quote one of my favorite YouTube historians. So there's this recent thing called Brexit. Now we're going to avoid that like the plague and move on to talk about this other thing. Wait, what did I spoil? What did I spoil? Oh, right. I didn't spoil anything. I caught myself. For like the 4th time. Yeah. Got it. Anyway, so questions. Let's avoid that topic like the plague and move on. Why do sewer levels suck so much in games? So actually, it's pretty easy to understand. Obviously, there's some cultural inertia going on with that. But I think the reason sewer levels started to suck is because they're sewers. No, think about it for just a moment. Small, tight, contained area, camera issues, not interesting visuals, not a lot you can do with it because of how contained and designed it is. So, simply by setting out to make a sewer level, you have effectively taken several tools out of your designer toolkit. Visually, audibly, game design-wise. And yeah, mostly they're super linear. So, sewer levels have a natural tendency to suck. And yeah, there's usually irritation involved. Like poison, which is usually more irritating than it is actually engaging. Father College. Oh god, sorry, Luneru. Sorry. I peered inside, and sure enough, it was milling with new Mao. They don't look friendly. If Thancred was here, can we keep her? We'll get there, my fun Falkenstein. I do like this miniphilia. Yeah, see? Rogue, told you. Yeah, so good water levels. I actually do like the Garum Scythe the first time you go there, but anyone who's played FF12 knows that later you go back to the Garum Scythe waterways to do a bunch of optional hunts, and the dungeon sucks balls the second time you go there. So I don't actually think I could say the Garum Scythe waterways actually qualify, personally. There it is. No, it was there. Then we have, so the sewer level in Chrono Trigger is not bad, but it's also literally 2 screens. Yeah, and I knew what you meant, Blade 12. I wanted to clarify, because that second time sucks. Also, some of the worst levels I can think of in several games are sewer levels. Remember the sewer level in FF8? The one which is also part of an aggravating part of the story, if you'll remember, no spoilers, which also happens to be almost unbearable unless you have Enk None by that point, which usually I do, but point remaining. It's also just the worst. Yeah, then there's the Earthbound sewer level, which, let me describe the Earthbound sewer level for you. Ready? Here it is. This is the Earthbound sewer level. Random encounter! Random encounter! Because you can't move to dodge. You're stuck slogging through the guck. And it's a narrow passageway, so you can't dodge any enemy at all. Even though it's already hard to dodge enemies in that game. You are 100% just slogging through the muck in the sewers level in Earthbound. Hi, Luneruth. Wait. I'll get a quick wave. Wait, I gotta wait till you're out of cutscene. Waiting. Wave. Okay. And then... now go! I'm already ahead of you. FF7's sewer level actually didn't suck, I'll agree, but it's also, again, just 2 screens, so kind of like Chrono Trigger. Oblivion sewers are actually pretty, like, one of the best dungeons of the game the first time around, and not great any future time, but they're not terrible. They're some of the least terrible sewer levels, so I'll give you that one. And then there's the Xenogears sewer level. If for those of you wondering, this question was asked a couple of days ago, specifically in reference to the Xenogears sewer levels, which is my strongest memory of Xenogears. Because it sucks that badly.
Oh, thank goodness. There you are.
What's going on, Miniphilia?
Those Numo were rather frightening. I'm glad you're safe.
I didn't even get into combat. So, I see you use daggers. That was the question, Mr. Red, which I haven't answered yet.
Taught me, but I'm still a novice.
Oh, that was the next question, sorry.
The Minfilius before me battled Sin Eaters as part of the Yulmoran army. But that had all changed by the time I was found. They held me captive, so that I wouldn't follow in the others' footsteps. I'd still be in my cell now had Thancred not spirited me away. When he found me, I knew nothing of the world. I didn't know how to live, let alone fight. Thancred once told me that if the efforts to summon you failed, it would fall to me to face the Light Wardens. I realized then that it was the only reason he kept me close. As a contingency. The truth is, he can't stand to be around me.
Yeah.
Because I'm not her. I'm not his Minfilia.
Now, let me be clear. I'm with her on this. But it is at least understandable why Thancred is acting the way he did. He lost his daughter, and then all of a sudden, hey, here's your replacement daughter that's not her, but you also have to choose between her or your original daughter. Have fun!
Once, we journeyed to Nabatha together, to the place where the Oracle appeared and stayed the flood. As we drew near, I felt as though I was fading away. I shut my eyes and covered my ears, and then... I'm not sure what happened after that. I have a vague feeling that I said something to him. Only it wasn't me at all. It was her. Afterwards, Thancred didn't say a word. Only kept to himself and brooded. There's nothing I can do for him. Nothing I can offer but my presence, though it only reminds him of his loss. She should be the one to live on. That's why I tried to find you, because I knew that was what she wanted. But now that you're here, I'm not entirely sure what it was she intended me to do. Was I meant to tell you something, or bring you to someone, or somewhere? I can feel the answer at the edge of my mind, just out of reach. What is that?
Yeah, Thancred's in his late 30s. He's almost my age. So there's what used to be Titania.
Why did you imprison us? Such boredom, such tedium have we suffered. It is unfair. Unfair. Come. Come and play with us.
It came from the castle. This is everything I have. Please see it delivered to the Nemo. I will bear word to Thancred and the others.
Unfortunately, we're not much of a destroyer, Takata. So we can figure out a way to implement it. Where's... I mean, I'm not actually disagreeing with you, Dakota. I know you're semi-joking, but really, the ability to just straight up channel our power... Oh, okay. I was going to come back to help you push through the cave, because I'm an idiot and forgot to do that earlier. I meant to do that earlier. I wasn't expecting to run into a cutscene. Silly me. Yeah. That's... Let's be very clear. That is not Titania. Titania is very gone. That's kind of what's messed up about this whole situation. Now, hang on. It can actually be worse than that. So, there's two general broad ways to look at this, as far as interpretation. To my knowledge, they haven't codified this, so if they have, tell me I'm stupid. Option number one. There are flickers, memories, essence, trapped within. Probably not the full person, as we talked about the other day, not full-on Borg. But some echo of the person is still in there, and that's horrible. Option 2, my preferred option. No essence of the original remains at all, merely, let's call it bad photocopies of the original, which emulate certain aspects of the original, but are in no way actually the original. Well, they're freaking out because, you know, of what just happened. So here's your ink. When the king spoke, my day went from bad to worse, but yeah, one piece of it bad. Yeah, kind of a copy X scenario. That's not the original. The original's gone. But you can see why it kind of emulates in several ways the original. Forgive me, I was going to thank you for uniting with my ink. You did exactly as I asked. You will give the service I promised. Thank you. Actually, have a weirdly large number of quests before we get to the raid, considering we're right friggity there. So, please give us the thing, now that we've done your side quests. Oh, yeah. Some notes, don't mind me. Titania might be a bit of a unique situation, but all I'm going to say is I'm pretty sure that the, oh my god, what are they called? The role quests are gone. That there's none of the original there. In my opinion. I admit part of that is driven by a desire for that to be a thing. Because that would be awful if any of them are still there. The virtues, thank you. So, thank you for your kind patronage. Having been deprived of purpose for so long, our people are overjoyed at being able to serve again. Not quite, Triaxian, no. But on to the matter of the Stone Scepter. During our deliberations, we were forced to concede that we will never have the power to deal with our fallen monarch. We can release Titania neither from the castle nor from torment. In light of this, we entrust their fate to you. The most powerful being we've killed at this point? That's actually a hard one, but I'm going to go with Omega. Because we killed Omega while Omega was trying. So... this makes 3 relics. One more and we can arrange a meeting with the Warden. Ere you continue your quest, allow me to enlighten you as regarding her form. Know that Titania is not a name, but a title bestowed upon one to lead the Pixies by grace of nature. The leader, upon Ilmeg's founding, arose as ruler of the Fey folk to bring order to our riotous kind, and in turn we render our blessing unto nature, food, water, wind, that our king might be further empowered. Though they are become a sin-eater, their powers remain unchanged. When you face them, be prepared to face the full fury of nature. Is there anything else we should know? Only if you feel unready for the challenge, and none will blame you for it, you're welcome to remain for us a while longer. After all, I have yet to enjoy your patronage. We could make you feel comfortable, of course. Do on all prayer to make you feel at home. Oi! Honestly, I'd look away for one moment, and every fairy and their knuckle tries to steal my sapling from me. This is my sapling. Mine, you hear? Not yours, not the fourth's. And anyone who so much as thinks about trying to seduce him will wish they hadn't. It beareth mentioning these Amaro are unlike those which you have encountered before. Owing to a peculiarity of evolution, they are capable of speech. Thus we negotiate with them as we might the Fey folk. I don't remember that, Pyro, but I believe you. I guess we'll see when we get there, because we'll be recovering the role quests. Yeah, we mega lucked out with our contract, as I mentioned back when we first made it. Remember, never make a pact with a Fae. Or as Savacom said, never make a pact. End statement. Oh, I'm just going to warp over there. It might have been Healer. That was the first one I did. There we go. I got Seto, I think. Sito? The mount I never use? Hi, Evo. Artbert? No. Forgive me, I was having a dream. Seldom do men visit us. What brings you to our village? Yeah, I need some. And that means you need some from me. You desire the crystal shoes that you may confront the light wall. Pizza, Palooza. Then a way you can have leftovers later. Even if you're indeed immune to the light's corruption, as you claim, vanquishing the king will bring you naught but sorrow. Forget this folly and return whence you came. We appreciate your concern, but we have no choice. Will you not reconsider? Come, my friends, let's leave him with his thoughts. Tis harder by far to change the minds of those who mean well by those who mean ill. Forgive me, I'm not sure I misunderstand. Little wonder, 'tis the first time thou hast set foot here. 'Twould behoove us, you to all, to learn something of the nature of this community, I think, and there's no surer way to talk. Do I have to? Okay, I'll talk to them all. Talk, 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 talk. I just noticed we haven't given a story positive in a while. But we've given multiple story negatives. I really do think that we have already functionally passed the worst part of this narrative at this point. Well, now, it's not often we have visited by men, much less unglamoured ones. What brings you so far from your kind? Alright, I got it. That. How long has it been since I last felt man's touch? I cannot help be reminded by my master's hand. He was a knight of Vobert, a noble, valiant soul. But like so many others, he died fighting the Sin Eaters. Though he has long departed, I remain in this land out of respect for his memory. Yeah, I actually meant to update the HUD last night. Sorry. What was that? It's Maverick, the assassin. And it's Rex, the other assassin. Quest of my own. Yeah, okay. Why does everyone want to kill me? God, I'm just going to conquer the world. Jesus. Scritch, scritch, scritch. And give good scritches. And take everyone on a food tour. That tickles enough. I've never had a master. I'm not accustomed to it. Not that I dislike your kind. You understand quite the contrary. The Amara were bred to be fond of men. In the beginning, we were mindless beasts, but then a mage of Ronka, we'll get there, gave us the gift of intelligence that we might better serve our masters. After that empire fell, those with the gift eventually died out. On rare occasions, however, we are born with the seed of our ancestor inside us, recessive trait. If we live long enough amongst men, this seed may quicken, restoring the power of speech to us, among other things. So it was with me, though I never had a master, as I told you. It's a good pick, Colin Beluso. I tried that once, US Incorp. That was a bad idea. We're never doing that again. Alright, I got a pat. What's all the commotion? Slash pat. Slash pet. Slash get killed by another assassin. What's happening? Why am I being patted? It's wonderful! Seldom do we have the chance to enjoy the attentions of men. Your kind are loath to come here for fear of the Fey folk. But then, I didn't need that anyways. Then we are of the Fey folk, too. When we first made our home here, we swore an oath to the Fairy King, you see. 'Tis easy to forget sometimes. Yeah, there's the mount you get as a result of doing something. I forget. I'm pretty sure I have that mount. I just never use it. Because I have this mount. The only mount. Oh, wrong person. Hi, PB Good Fate. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Much appreciated, really. All jobs at 80? Oh, yeah, I've had that for a minute. Pretty sure I've never talked to the person to get it, though. You're more than welcome to stay and chat if you want to. We stream 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. But thou canst not choose but see the intense and abiding love they bear for men. It's out of concern for our welfare and not scorn that we get punched to death by Reggie. Yet confront their king we must, and to that end we must needs have the crystal shoes. Thank you, Cookie Dude. Always, very much. I will jot that down for Xenogears. Give me one moment, please. No, mounts in this game are functionally the same as they are in WoW. Well, okay, that's extremely wrong. But the answer to your question is yes. They are, however, much more restrictive, probably due to coding issues. Like, you can't even talk to an NPC while mounted in FF14, for example. Lord, might I prevail upon thee to confer with Sito in private? The task of slaying the Lightworm will ultimately be thine. It is for thee, I believe, he worrieth most. Tell him of thy many great deeds. Spoken in earnest, thy words may yet move to change his mind. You have spoken with my brethren. Then you see it's not out of scorn I deny you the relic. I simply cannot bear to see men fight and die. Not anymore. None of us can. To lose one who has placed a gentle hand on us even once fills our hearts with untold sorrow. Demon, no question, Triaxia. As my brothers and sisters will readily attest. This is something I need to do. What am I to make of such declarations? Tell me, why do you wish this? This land is no longer man's to fight for, nor will your doing so compel the Fey folk to change, and in order to obtain the other relics, you've already paid the due price, not more is owed. Why would you risk all to face fallen king? I will do it to do, because no one else can do what I can do. What you say? The very words. Could it be mere coincidence? Good night, Tim. Have a good one. Very well, you may believe what you say, but we shall see if you have the strength to do it. Yeah, unfortunately, I do. Sin Eaters have been prowling the area. Go kill them. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll go with you. Seto. C2? Seto? Did they ever say his name? They've got to say his name at some point, because Ardbird talks about him, doesn't he? You know, I never answered Von Falkenstein's question about dried, aged meat on burgers. I've never had it. It is Seto. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like they said it, and my mind was saying Seto, but then I was like, that doesn't sound right. Started second-guessing myself. As I am so wont to do. Uh-oh. Bears! One thing that I actually kind of like about Reaper, which I know is kind of a bad thing, is you can't bank procs on Reaper. Which is actually unlike most other classes. Let me explain that a little bit. So I have a proc banked right now, you see that? But if I hit any other ability, it's gone. I lose the proc. Can't use B now. See that? So I can't bank the proc. It's not like Dancer where I can just use whatever abilities I want to as long as I've got the buff. It makes it a little bit more challenging than most other classes to play properly, because it's so easy to lose lose procs, which means losing DPS. Oh, nice, Russ. I demand a picture when you get done. You don't have to, but it'd be nice. The flying chair. It would be very hard for me to be convinced to move away from this mount. I am rather fond of it. I'm not saying it's impossible, it's just I haven't seen a mount yet that I have liked better. We'll see if there's one in Endwalker. No, yeah, exactly, Jorian. It is, like I said, it's a weirdness about Reapers, I've noticed. Is there corn in it, Ross? Because if there isn't, then I'm going to have to kill you, and then put you in the chili, and then feed you to your son, and then drink his tears. It's going to be a whole thing. Okay, there's corn. We're cool, we're cool. This is not a test of your strength. It is a personal request. Please hear my tale. A while ago, I fought sin-eaters who had wandered into Ilmeg. In the heat of battle, I dropped a prized possession, a medallion. Of all the places it should fall, it was Long Mirror Lake. We Amaro are not fond of water. We certainly cannot dive very deep. I briefly entertained the thought of returning to the Fuoth, but they're more likely to keep my medallion out of mischief than return it to me. I had despaired of retrieving my treasure, but having seen what you are capable of, maybe you can find it? While I ponder your request for the shoes, will not go in search for my medallion. Even if it should elude you, I will accept it as gone forever. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Reaper is very... I don't know how to describe it, because it's extremely unique when it comes to MMO class design. I suppose it'd be best to describe it as a Berserker Warrior from Guild Wars 2, for those of you who've played that build. Because it's the same concept. Use it or it's gone. Use it or it's gone. Use it or it's gone. But it's very frenetic, the way it's lined up. You're supposed to be bashing the crap out of something, which is probably why I enjoy it so much. And, consequently, my warrior is a Berserker build. Berserker banner, if you're curious. By the way, Tyrant, are you there? You asked a question I was going to answer, and I saw you earlier, but you might be gone by now. Let's see. Questions. Yeah, Reaper is very fast burst. You can just unload if you line it up properly. You haven't seen me do that yet because I actually don't have the abilities at 70 to do it, but it's fun when you get it all lined up properly. Get a full bar, make sure these soul slices are off cooldown, and make sure you have a high enough level to use whatever that is, Gluttony, over there. So you've got a full bar, you Gluttony, smash, 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 soul slice, smash, smash, soul slice, smash, smash. And all of that happens in like 2 seconds. Wham, 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 wham. I am having trouble seeing these things. I feel like it's in here? Up, maybe. I may have to Google this one. Up, that's too far up. There it is, maybe. My memories are getting less vague as we go here. And yeah, I don't even have Enshroud yet, which is right there. And, yeah, I eventually get, what is it? There's Communio? Yeah, that's the one. That's the 90 ability. Rift. I've actually played Rift. I don't reference it often because it's a little generic, if I'm being honest. But Rift actually did several things quite right. And yeah, the class design of Rift was actually pretty awesome. I don't know how well it was at endgame. I don't know what its variance range was, its balance points, but it was fun basically playing whatever the hell you wanted to in Rift. I have not done any of the class quests for Reaper other than, here's Reaper! So, no, I do not actually have Enshroud. And there's Communio, by the way. I already got a spot on my bar. This is how I usually set up classes. I usually sit down and figure out where I want everything to be eventually. So, Communio's on my bar, but I don't have it. And Enshroud's on my bar, but I don't have it, and so forth and so on. Ah, you returned. How fared your search? Yeah, exactly, Jorian. There was some really good stuff in Rift. And then there was the rest of it. God, leveling in Rift was awful.
Ah, my medallion! You found it! Oh, I know not how to thank you. It is my most treasured possession. A gift from a dear departed soul. He was a traveler, and together we journeyed to the ends of the world and back again. When I was young. In those days, I could not speak. But we found joy in each other's company nonetheless. Oh, the memories. This medallion he found during an adventure. Fashioned it into a necklace for me, his partner in crime. I had not the words to tell him then, but it filled my heart with pride. I was so happy. His name was Artbert, and he was my friend.
Artbert, thou sayest?
Everyone blamed him for the flood. Him and his comrades. Some few who spoke up for them, of the many whose lives they had touched. But as the years went by, their voices were drowned out by those who only uttered the adventurers' names as a curse. It was too much to bear. And so I left behind men and their lies, and came to this place. Artbert was a trusting soul, constantly being drawn into the troubles of others. Yet in spite of this, he never thought twice when he saw someone in need. He always tried to help. It was no different then. The world needed heroes. It needed him. And yet, he was a good man. He deserved to be happy. I wish I could have told him that, at least.
I'm pretty sure he knows how you feel.
You remind me of him. Your kindness. When we Amaro were created, we were granted the ability to perceive souls. Thus did we recognize our masters. That ability has long since faded from our kind. But due, perhaps, to my reversion, I can see your soul. Faintly, but surely. It is reminiscent of Artbert's. Strikingly so. Of course, you are you and no one else. We are defined not by the soul we are born with, but the path we walk.
Something prophetic that a certain Selk could learn later.
Nevertheless, I cannot help but feel that this is more than mere coincidence. Which is why I will place my faith in you. The relic. It is yours.
There's trouble! Terrible trouble!
Has something happened at Lida Loran?
Together with the twins, we were playing tricks on some nasty mortals to stop them from setting foot in Ilmeg. At first they ran off screaming, which was lots of fun. But then a scary, bony, wrinkly old mortal came along and spoiled everything. None of our tricks seemed to work on him, which is no fun at all. And now they're getting closer and closer.
Yep, that's right. He continues to be just that good that he's immune to the Fae. Got it.
If he manages to find his way in, all our efforts will have been for naught.
As thou sayest. Should we be discovered ere our mission here is complete, and the Light Warden yet liveth, our task will be rendered nigh impossible.
Oh my god, Ranjit is a GM helicopter.
If we are to prevail, we must needs divide our forces. Thus do I propose the following. Whilst thou salliest forth to meet with the Light Warden, we shall join in the effort to obstruct the trespassers. Should we succeed in staying their advance, all the better. Yet even should we fail, if we can but delay our enemy's arrival long enough for thee to secure victory, our plan may still be deemed a success.
That would be funny, Zed Slayer, if I said that last time too, because I'm pretty sure we played Batman Telltale before we did this stream.
So the moment the lights go out, we all beat a hasty retreat, yes?
Let me come with you. I have the blessing too.
No, Midfelia. You'll only get underfoot. Now come.
So...
I wish there were more I could do.
You're fine.
Please be careful.
Thank you. Yeah, Alex's sentence is pretty much my biggest problem with Ranjit in a nutshell. He's got this wicked scar, and he's the best at karate, and he can see invisible people, and he's immune to the Fae, and he can fuse with his dragon and get a He's just... Not to get into it, but every time I hear people call Rey from the sequel trilogy a Mary Sue, I think of what I consider to be a Mary Sue, and I can't, you know? Because Ranjit is a Mary Sue, straight up. Like, I guess for me it's just that my definition of a Mary Sue is the same, but more, you know what I mean? Like, you have to go pretty far for me to label something a Mary Sue. And Ranjit is just, wow, you know? To the south. It's funny, both FF14 and WoW have one Mary Sue each. The difference is WoW's isn't canon, it is in the comics. And in FF14, it's in the best expansion of the game. Point WoW! No, I agree, Evo. A Mary Sue isn't really a character type. A Mary Sue is just a byproduct of multiple coincidings of bad writing. But anyways, I think we're pretty close. Hang on, let me look at the list here. Oh, yeah, no, we're almost there. Okay, so let's start getting our group together. Who would like to join us? Excuse me. Or... Damn it. For Titania. Now, I know Lunairwith would probably like to join us for this, since she's actually here. So and we're probably going to have some competition for this, because this is an awesome fight. This is actually one of my favorite non-Eden fights here. I'd say probably my second favorite overall. And I'm not going to say which one my favorite 8-man fight is that isn't Eden here, but you know which one it is. And I got a donation in the middle of that from Bella. Thank you, Bella, very much. And I will go ahead and jot that down. Kingdom Hearts. All that remains is to enter the castle and confront Titania, a being bereft of reason and mercy. It's sure to be a ferocious battle, but if anyone can bring an end to the king's torment, it's you. Yeah, someone earlier asked, do you believe in bigger is better? No, I've never believed that. Really not now. Know this, my adorable sapling. Though we Fey folk may appear to live unfettered lives, there are still laws that bind us. To take back as much as is taken, to create as much as is destroyed, to give as much as is received. In all things, balance must be preserved, and the same will be asked of you. Worry not, come what may, your beautiful branch will ever be at your side. And yeah, I actually got Titania in a random trial run. This would have been about last week. Sunday or Monday, one of the two. Alright, Duty Finder, get. Okay, so I'm going to go and roll the dice, because like I said, I think we have a bunch of people. So, go ahead and guess a number between... Really? I'm going to re-roll that. It was 2. It was a frickin' 2 on a D100. Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. It's okay, Rax didn't guess the number this time, so we know he's not, you know... Oh, goodness. Oh, stretch. Okay. Yeah, I need to find the fixed dice then. I'll answer a couple of questions over here. Because Evo had a wonderful question. How do you do foreshadowing without making it too transparent and accidentally spoiling? So, that's an excellent question, and one I have wrestled with for many years. Let me give you my advice as a writer. Don't care. As in you should not care. That is my advice. Cease caring about that. Write what you think is good foreshadowing, regardless of how obvious or obtuse it is. And that is my best piece of advice with regards there, too. No, Lunaruth doesn't need to guess. She gets an automatic slot. She almost never gets to join us for these. I'm gonna wait for her to get out of the cutscene so I can invite her. But yeah, no, that's my best piece of advice. Pay more attention to doing good writing. Pay less attention to trying to wink at the camera. I feel a lot of writers try too hard to make sure that the dumb people in the audience pick up the cues, which just hurts the work. And too many people try too hard to hide their foreshadowing to the point where nobody can even notice it, which just hurts the work. Don't care. Just do good writing. Put your pieces there as they should be naturally, and you'll be good. My opinion. What are you doing, Rex? Other than invading my private space? Jeez Louise! No, I don't forget about it. It's just I tend to save them until I know the person's there to answer them. Oh, Lunaruth's out. No! Stop invading my private space! Alright, Lunaruth is the automatic. Although, you would have been getting in... No! He's threatening me! He's threatening me! So the Lunaruth would have gotten in anyways. Looks like Doom Rider? Are you on? Where the heck is Doom Rider? Oh yeah, the music for this place is weirdly catchy. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Okay, I was going to say Doom Rider was quite close. Please stop doing that. Don't make me turn off whispers to prevent, you know, spamming. Okay, so in that case, our next one will be Rye. It was a 71, by the way. You have 1 minute, Lunaruth. Go. Let's get Rye in here. So looks like the next one would be... Hang on, how many people do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we do need to browse. So I guess... Look, I think it would be easier to figure out who won't be present. And at this point, it'll be Reggie? Hang on, let's start inviting. So we've got Rax, Mr. Red, who guessed very close, Alex, who is not... Oh, no, there you are. Omega Legion, which is Lilith, I do believe. Brigwin. I think it's everyone above 50. Second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's our group. Wait, no, Rax guessed 45. And Maverick guessed 45. And Reggie is out. Alright, so Maverick and Rax. Duel to the death for the slot. Oh, wait. Reggie, you guessed 30-something. You're out here. Oh, okay. Never mind. We'll give it to Rex then. Or just, whenever I say that, I just mean figure it out amongst yourselves. I don't care how you want to do it. Let's see, other questions. Evo had another question I wanted to address. No, I guess it... Oh, right, it was the where I don't want to go first. I mean, Japan. I just want Japan food. Yes, it's called Japan food. That's the new term. Okay, so we've got... What's our party makeup here? Looks like we do have... I know Rai can heal. And it looks like Alex is going to heal, and he tends to main Scholar, so that actually works out. So we got our 2 healers. We've got Mr. Red tanking. That's terrifying, but that's okay. We're going to need another tank. I can tank the other one. I don't mind. If we have someone who wants to tank, you're welcome to. I've actually never tanked Titania before, but I don't mind. I usually heal this fight. The one I got just the other week was a healer. White Mage, I believe, when I was still leveling White Mage. Yeah, this fight's actually pretty mean. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it was White Mage. No, it's okay, Lune Ruth. We've got a good healing setup. I need my deeps. Especially a Dancer. Dancer's going to be helpful for this. Make sure you put your deeps buff on... actually, probably me, to be completely honest. In this particular lineup. Looking at our group party makeup. Yeah. Lilith is also a Dancer, though, so you could just swap Dancer buffs if you want to. Anyways, ready, check. This should work out. We got this, we got this. Let me make sure we're all synced. I don't think I've ever done this one minimum eye level, so this should be fun. Dancing Plague, there it is. Make sure everything's good. Yep. So enjoy the music. Yeah, this is a fight where tanks can screw up a way. And again, I haven't tanked this fight, so I don't want to screw up the raid for everybody. Enjoy the music. Who goes there? Are you the one who broke the seal? It is actually different, Lunarith. Minimum eye level means we are as weak as we can be while still going in here. It is effectively a form of hard mode. Ah, so much time lost. So much frolicking and feasting left undone. The reason we do minimum eye level sync is that this is a way to experience it as it was when the content was brand new. So we can't outgear it at all. We are as minimum as we can be to still do the fight. That's the whole point of doing this. It's extremely helpful for the review. I really wish WoW would introduce this concept, because it would really help out. So, this should be fun. I'll go quiet for a bit. By the way, there's a lot going on in this fight. The best piece of advice I could give to Lune Ruth, who I knew was doing this for the first time, try to pay attention and try to keep up. There's a lot of mechanics in this fight.
Sleep when you're dead.
aim at it.
We're sick of this cramped old castle. Let's play in place.
Fun time. God, didn't I do this last time with the bad internet? Like, this is before I got Google Fiber, I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, we wiped a couple of times when we did this for the first time. No question. Damn it, that's actually missed it. Whatever. Also, octopuses are soaring. I mean, it sounds like a Fae thing. Good DPS so far.
Bigger is better.
Apparently bigger is better. I guess I was wrong this whole time. Oh! That's actually on me. You see me tap my foot in for a millisecond? That's what actually got me killed there. Hi, Leander. Give me a moment, please. There we go. Ooh, okay, 92. Not as good, but still good.
Dance like the leaves on the berries.
I'm gonna blow a damage buff pretty much right after this. If anybody wants to coincide.
This is so much fun! Let's play some more.
I mean, the only percent that really matters is that last one. Whoa! Okay. I'm gonna admit that I don't know what got me. Something hit me with a confuse effect. I didn't even see what did it. From me. Whoops, that's... God damn it. Screwing up all over the place today. I want to make sure the healers are staying awake. That's what I'm really here for. Listen, if hard modes aren't trying, if you aren't dying, you ain't trying, okay? That's how that works, alright? And I've only died twice so far. I'll let it break in a second. Oh yeah, I get to see the Reaper one. Which looks like that. I'm pretty sure everyone would disagree with that, Von Falkenstein, but I'm not so sure. It'd be an interesting change, to say the least. Also, I actually did answer the Burger King versus McDonald's question. Just saying. Oh, nope, back over here. Right now, I would say Burger King is universally superior, to answer your question. But it depends on the time. The quality of restaurants goes up and down over time. Good job, everyone, except for me. Listen, we all know that adding any kind of thing that makes a Souls game better as an option is automatically a negative for everyone who reach and scream about it, so... What's funny is both mistakes I made were literally just straight up mistakes. I can't improve because they were just screw-ups. It's always frustrating about that. It's like, well, yep, that's a screw-up. I can't even tell you exactly what they were. The first one was I wasn't sure I was in the right position, so I edged a little bit to the left and then a little bit to the right. Literally like an inch. And that inch in happened during the snapshot, which meant I got killed instantly. The other thing was I hit my 9 key, which on most classes is my ranged ability. But on Reaper, it's actually my teleport forwards ability. So I teleported into the boss's attack rather than hitting it from ranged. 2 mistakes, like I said. I still don't know what actually happened with the confused thing. I have no idea what that was.
You have freed our fallen king. Not that I expected any less, my Snayak. The dress, the crown, the scepter, the shoes. The time has come for these relics to serve their true purpose. For they are not only keys to the castle, they are also blessings to be bestowed upon the new king. The way into the castle is opened when it is time to relieve the reigning monarch of the throne. And the brave soul who does the deed has the honor of taking their place. However, should you ascend the throne, you will become one of us, never again to live as men do.
Which, let's be clear, that would be extremely bad. Like, universe-ending bad.
My adorable sapling, my precious mortal. We Fae folk live forever, but such is not your virtue. To strive for a dream you will never see, to sow seeds that others might one day taste the fruits of your garden, that is the beauty of your kind. Burn bright and shine as only you can. These blessings, your lovely branch will accept in your stead.
I didn't play Travel, but I could see that. Fortunately, Faeul is pretty legit. One of the only legit Fae. Not the only, there are several. Mostly in the side quests, and in the daily chain. But Faeul is one of the legit Fae. Yeah, I didn't either, Cashel.
Ilichla, Ilmek, Okbra.
Rejoice and revel, for the kingdom of rainbows is forever young.
Now, shall we attend to those unwise enough to trespass in our realm?
Yeah, even the first time around, I gave this scene a positive.
Confound it! How did they get here so fast?
Narrative cheating.
Damn these pixies and their tricks!
But he's just that good. Sorry, I know.
How in the seven hells?
Listen well. We come in pursuit of villains who have fled to this land. You know who and where they are. Now show yourselves and answer me before I lose my patience.
Oh, stop! It hurts! It hurts!
Enough! Lift the enchantment!
Minfilia, willful child. How many times must I come to collect you?
I won't return to Yulmore. And I won't let you hurt my friends.
What is this stance? Where did you learn it? No oracle I trained would make such an unseemly show of herself. Know your shame, gal. You're powerless. You have no life nor purpose, save that which our master sees fit to permit.
Reminder, the master he's speaking of is Valkyrie.
Who are you to dictate her purpose? To lock her away and deny her a life?
Interesting coming from you, but that's the point, isn't it?
If she was powerless, it's because of you, you sanctimonious swine. but no longer.
Fool! Defiance only begets more suffering. It is through acceptance alone that one may find solace in this god's-forsaken world.
I mean, I know the answer, Omega Legion, but it's not a good one.
Look! The sky!
I think I'm 7 foot something for Exia, but I forget exactly. Oh, it's easier on the eyes.
The Warrior of Darkness has triumphed! General? What are our orders? What do we do?
Correct, Reggie.
We do what we came to do. Subdue this rabble and find the Warrior of Darkness.
Forward, men! Take the villains captive! Are you deaf? I said.
What's happening?
Sorry, but lol.
That wasn't there before.
Hi. Do you breathe underwater? I guess we'll find out. Notice how all the faith races are all involved in just absolutely bodying the Ilmorians. If you've been wondering why this whole time I've been kind of on edge and terrified of the Fae, well, this is why. Funk. Because the Fae really are terrifying, even here.
Get a hold of yourselves, damn it!
Yeah, Mr. Red, we know how many survive. 2. They just want to play.
General, they come in greater numbers. We must retreat.
But I can kill all of them by myself.
And with a Warrior of Darkness shall face justice. My master demands it.
That's why I'm running away like a little bitch. Yeah, I thought it was just the 2. My bad. I feel... I guess I'm actually with you right now, but, you know, whatever. Okay, I only cuss when I mean it, Zed Slayer. Gameplay negative deserves that. So yeah, as with last time, plus to story, that cutscene.
I see. Well, it's a good thing Feaul volunteered to become king in your stead, for all our sakes.
We are grateful for your timely aid, Feaul, or should I say, your majesty.
It was the first night in recent memory. We all of us but wish to make the most of it. That's something you must remember about us Fae folk. Though our existence may be eternal, we exist only for the present.
Watched my rant earlier today, Mr. Red. I actually go rather in-depth into what Ranjit is and how you would redo him and blah, 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 blah.
We live in the here and now, paying no mind to futures that may or may not be. To wit, we are not driven as men are. We cannot fight for such causes as men do.
Does that mean you won't aid us against the Sin Eaters?
Oh yeah, by the way, if I was to design that 14 4X game, which I'm totally building someday because it just keeps interesting me the more I think about it, the Fae would not be a nation. The Fae would be events. Many events.
Not unless the mood takes us. But if it was to repay a debt, well then, that's another matter. To take back as much as is taken. To create as much as is destroyed. To give as much as is received. Such is the way of Ilmeg. By this law, we shall lend you our strength. In return for the beautiful sky you have restored to us. In times of need, do not hesitate to call.
But what about our pact?
Silly sapling. I shall remain at your side. Even should my body be in the castle, 'tis a simple thing to have a little part of me accompany you. Treat them as you would your Isnefis.
Faye. I do too, Alex, but that's probably me being idealistic. But yeah, plus to narrative. Duh. And yeah, I agree with Von Falkenstein or whoever said it. The worst Ranjit scene we've actually already passed. Now, there's going to be multiple negatives for Ranjit over the time. In fact, I've already given 1, 2, 3, 4. I've already given, as of this moment in time, 4 negatives for Ranjit. Yes, really. But a lot of that's just because it's more of the same. And by the way, I want to address something Omega Legion said too. Even though I don't like Xenos, at least he had a really good voice actor. And he did. Hi, Lunarith. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Good job. Ranjit does not have that good of a voice actor. He's not bad. It's not negative for voice acting. But he's just dull compared to how Xenos actually works with the role, right? The guy who plays Xenos, I mean. Ne'er for a moment did I doubt thou wouldst triumph over thy foe, and yet the majesty of thine achievement delighteth me none the less. Night hath returned to Ilmeg, and we stand one step closer to delivering the first from its doom and averting the 8th umbral calamity. 'Twas but a pity that thou wert present to see the Fae-folk put the Ilmorians to flight. 'Twas a sight to raise the spirits, I do assure thee. It was verily a positive to story, it doth stand. But what valuable allies they might prove were the mood only to take them. Vothri, I actually agree that Vothri is a much better villain than Ranjit, which is a shame in its own right. But either way, it is of course past lunchtime, so I will take a short lunch break, as I often do. And we will be back with more MSQ. Wait! I almost did it again. Damn, I'm stupid. Let's update the HUD. Sorry, I've just been racing the last few weeks. So we're up to 24 positives to story. 7 negatives to story. 2 of which are for Ranjit, which I know doesn't sound like much, but just think about the percentages there. Gameplay-wise, we haven't gotten a lot yet. We never will. We need dungeons and bosses and classes to really give gameplay positives to 14. So gameplay is up to 10. Unfortunately, we do have plenty of gameplay negatives already. We are actually down to 15 gameplay negatives at the moment. But I really do believe that will turn itself around, because we'll have dungeons and bosses and classes to discuss. So I kind of do, Mr. Red. One is for the scene in which he is in, and one is for Ranjit himself. And yeah, we've got the Eden raids coming up. There's going to be the Near raids. We've got the weapon fights to talk about. We've got plenty of dungeons. Only a couple of optional dungeons, although we do have the twinning coming up at some point in the future, so that'll be fun. But either way, now I'm going to chop off. I'll see y'all in a bit.